Center. So, okay, let's find our. Do you like doing them in order? Like, it doesn't really matter because it's just depending on. Okay. So, first thing is Joey or Sash. I'm gonna spell it wrong, but however you spell it phonetically. Yep. Sash. Okay. Young bird. I sober.
The thing that I came in like it's more that's on my list. Thank girl. I think like I said, I think I can but unless we have something crazy come up and then interview that. Like I didn't interview left, so I don't think they got anything set up there. Yes. That post before me there, I tried to hear my air is not good. You want me to go on there and see if like popping it there? Like you know, then see you know, I didn't know okay. But they did a thing and I remember first things yeah. Well, I started naming them there, then I stopped and he's like, that's about it. They're really old. They're really old. Well, see, the fruit that fats me, that's Hudson. Yeah, you're wrong. But the sophomore group hasn't lost the whole getting up each level. Yes,
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by Willie and Son Trucking. Willie and Son Trucking has been a proud supporter of local student athletes, coaches, and athletic programs throughout its history. Be sure to look out for the Shack Athlete of the Week presented by Willie and Son Trucking each week at sosaohio.com.
Since 1853, Tomlinson Insurance has been protecting families, farms, and businesses in our community. As an independent agency, we offer personalized coverage for your auto, home, farm, and business, plus health and life insurance too. And we proudly partner with Erie Insurance to give you peace of mind with reliable coverage at competitive rates. Tomlinson Insurance. Let our history be your future. Call us today at 740-773-4181 or visit us at tomlinsonins.com.
Kind of, the paper thing. The one that went out's the one I don't think I know. Brandon, you got three, you got Dalton, you got Jason Jones, and then you got the Brown there. I think that is.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to a special presentation of high school volleyball here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority. We are coming to you live from the Root Sport and Fitness Center here in Gallipolis for the Root Summer Volleyball Tournament Series as we get set to start what should be another amazing season of volleyball here in the state of Ohio. A little preseason action coming for you this afternoon. Carson Francis and Shayne Combs with you this afternoon. Shayne, should be a great day of volleyball and even more to hammer the point home of what an amazing facility we get to bring you live volleyball coverage from today.
Yeah, so good to be with you. I can't thank them enough for having us down here. The Root, what an incredible place. I've been by it several times. I've never been inside, and it's just a really nice facility. It's got great space, great people leading the way, and as you said, we get a chance to see a lot of good volleyball. I've really enjoyed some of the pool play here this morning. I know as we get into bracket, we'll have some of the very best advancing. We'll have a mixture of some calling like we normally would. We'll also have some different interviews and some different preview action. So I just think it's exciting to see teams come together in the summer. Here we are on July 22nd, still a couple of weeks away from the teams actually getting into what you would consider real practice. But some of these teams, some of these programs certainly in midseason form and playing at a high level.
Right now you're watching Bloom, Carroll, and Adena going at it on the Marshall court. We've got Marshall University's old floor from their arena down on the floor right now. Meadowbrook and Bloom Carroll, the other two teams in this power play pool. But going back to the Root itself, we want to give a big shout out to Robbie and Lily Pugh, the owners of this place, as well as Tyler, for helping us out here at the Root, helping us get set up, making sure we have everything we need to hit the ground running and get this coverage started today.
Yeah, great people. As I said in the opening, from the minute we walked in, just running around doing everything we need to do to get set up. And we think we have a really good afternoon planned for you. If you like high school volleyball, again, you're going to see some of the elite programs in the area, and we're going to call some of it. And I can't wait to do some of the interviews and talk to some different people as well. Just try to get a nice outlook on what to expect in the upcoming fall.
Yeah, just talked to Robbie a little bit ago before we went on air. We anticipate we're going to hear from Gallia Academy head coach Ashton Webb here in a little bit. Might try and get a few players on air as well. A lot of great volleyball teams, a lot of great programs here in attendance today. We're also something to point out too. If you've never been to the Root, this is not the only court that there is action on. This is the only court that we have the privilege of streaming from. But right behind us, you can't see it on air, obviously, but there's about 4 or 5 other courts that they're playing volleyball on all at the same time. Really makes for a nice atmosphere, a nice event. You can catch as many teams as you want to today.
Yeah, and we'll certainly try to get some of that out there on the socials and give people a feel, because you're right. Great concession area, great space in terms of a lot of different courts. They'll have a lot of different pool play going on throughout the morning, and then very similar to what you'd see in the club volleyball circuit as you get into the afternoon here. They'll start to get separated kind of into the who's here on the Marshall court, and that should make for some really competitive volleyball for sure.
Gallia Academy, we learned, will play in the first matchup of our bracket play. That is set to begin at about 3 o'clock, although it's a rolling start. Robbie Pugh did inform us, we can't start bracket play until everybody on the other courts are done playing, but gives us something to look forward to. And really with a lot of great programs here, just even looking at our area, you've got Adena, Gallia Academy, Chillicothe, Valley, who won a district last year. A lot of great Unioto, another great program in our coverage area. I'm sure I'm leaving out a good handful. Waverly, another solid season last year. They're here in attendance today. But really, even looking at our coverage area, you also look at the teams from around the state that are here. I look at Bloom Carroll was the Division III state runner-up last year. Meadowbrook made it to the Final Four in Division IV a season ago. Just no shortage of great talent and great programs here in Gallipolis today.
Well, and Carson, you know this from your sports background. That's what you want this time of year, right? You talk about pushing yourself on the schedule throughout your non-league and season. Well, in the summer, the way these different team opportunities have started to grow, these are the types of things you want to go to. So when you look here on the Marshall court, I know I really have enjoyed here this morning watching a Bloom Carroll and a Meadowbrook go out at Gallia Academy. Looked really, really good earlier. Obviously, this Adena group hit by graduation a little bit, but you can certainly see the potential here as they're going at it, going toe to toe with a program like this. So yeah, it's just exciting to see teams push themselves, and then you also look for some of those different matchups. You know, throughout the Southeast District, you know, you stay close to home, you play some of those same teams. When you come and get into an environment like this, it gives you a little bit of an opportunity to play some of those teams from outside the area, and that pushes you to a different level as well.
Absolutely. And again, you know, teams got here and started playing at about 9 o'clock this morning. It's at the time of this being recorded, it's 2:08 in the afternoon. So teams have already been at it all day, just getting reps in, getting a lot of players that, you know, maybe they're not going to see the floor as much when we get into the regular season, but as the season progresses, you know, it's going to help them when, you know, maybe, you know, not wanting to speak this into existence, but maybe a player gets injured or, you know, numbers are kind of down. You need those extra bodies to come out and just provide a spark, provide some depth for you later on in the season. This is a great way in playing this high level competition to get you ready for, you know, you never know what can come up when these games start to count.
Yeah, great point, because you can put some kids into some different varsity-like atmospheres, especially throwing them into the fire here in these types of matches that we're watching here in front of us. But you're right, it gives coaches a chance to evaluate a little bit, gives them a chance to play with their rotations. A lot of these teams, even this early in the process, they have a pretty good idea, and some of those teams will be way ahead of the game. So sometimes you have to be careful looking too much at results here in the end of July. But certainly you watch a team, take Gallia Academy, for example, 24-1 a year ago. They return everybody. You could tell in watching them play in their rotation that they had a lot more midseason form to them compared to a team like I was talking to Coach Ridenauer of Logan Elm earlier. You know, I started naming some of his returners, and I didn't get very many names out of my mouth because they were hit so hard by graduation. So he talked about the inconsistencies they're fighting throughout the summer. Well, that's the beauty of summer, right? You start to get these kids, and even though they might be a first-year varsity player, by the time you get through July, by the time you get to your preseason in August, maybe you can give them a little bit more of that varsity simulation and kind of jumpstart that process and that growth.
And while we're on the topic of just looking at some of these teams, again, from our coverage area, we've got Adena, Gallia Academy, Chillicothe, Waverly, Unioto, Pain Valley is here, Meggs is here, Valley is here. A lot of teams that, you know, for us, Shayne, that we're going to be seeing throughout the regular season, just gives us an eye of some excellent volleyball that we're going to see all throughout the fall, some talented athletes. When you look at this power play pool, you've got Adena, who was in the Elite Eight last year. You and John had their regional final game. They fell to New Lexington. Bloom Carroll, state runner-up in Division III. Meadowbrook, always a powerhouse, made it to the Final Four in D4. And then Gallia Academy, you know, no shortage of an excellent season. Thought I was going to have to pull that loose ball, get it back into play. You know, gotta have our heads up down here with us being courtside. But Gallia Academy, 24-1, fell in the district final last year. They're set for another big season this year. What can you tell us about the teams we're seeing on this floor right now?
Well, again, on the Adena Lady Warriors side, again, a team hit by some graduation there. You could certainly see the potential as you were watching them. Coach Smith putting some new pieces into the rotation. They're going to be extremely solid defensively, led by Kimmy Dalton there. Even though they're outside of our coverage area, been really, really impressed with Bloom Carroll and of course Meadowbrook. And then, as you said, Gallia Academy, had a chance to watch them earlier, led by their outstanding setter with Clark, and then the long list of hitters that they can certainly distribute it to. I thought they probably looked a little bit more ahead of the game, which you would expect because of the experience they returned.
Well, Coach, as I said earlier, we have a very special guest joining our broadcast today. We are now joined by Gallia Academy head coach Ashton Webb. Coach, thank you for joining us. And Coach, I'll start off by saying, as a recent OU graduate from one Bobcat to another OU.
Oh yeah, let's
Go.
go. That's awesome.
Well, Coach, thank you for joining us today, and it's been a pleasure to early on get to watch your team in the early stages of this event, and just talk about what it means to get your team out in the summer to get this experience playing against high-level competition already.
Well, thanks to the Root for hosting this. It's been an awesome experience so far, and I know from the beginning of summer they really wanted to beef up this tournament and get some competitive teams here. And if you look around the gym, you know, these are the best teams in Southern Ohio. So it's awesome to have everybody here at the Root. You know, we've really beefed up our summer schedule. Last weekend we went to Centerville. So we played some Division I through Division VI teams that all make deep postseason runs, and it was awesome to play against them. So we're hoping that we can just keep that same energy and that same style of play as we come here and as we go into season.
Coach, it's so exciting to watch your team play. We had a chance to see them play last year, and they're just a really likable bunch. You could tell they care about one another. They play together. When you have that much talent assembled, though, I also know from all the years I've coached that it doesn't work without some unselfishness. You're outstanding at setter with Clark and the way she can distribute the ball. But I always joke that there's only one ball to go around. I imagine there's got to be a lot of sacrificing the me for the we, and it seems like you guys really have that in your culture.
That's like the base of our culture, honestly. And when we came in, Lily and I and our other assistant coaches, that was a huge thing, was just making sure that we're putting the team before us. Nothing's about me. You know, with the best teams that go in the deepest postseason runs, they don't think about me. They don't care if they're getting set over and over again. I think Grayson does a really good job about spreading it out, knowing who's on, knowing who's off, giving each other a break. We talk about all the time, you know, it's not always going to be your day, but we have each other's backs and we're here to pick each other up even when one is down. So we have seen a lot of that already. We just hope that it keeps continuing throughout the season.
Coach, there's a lot of talk about your team, and from top to bottom, seniors to freshmen, you got plenty of players who can just go out there and go win you a game. There's a lot of talk about Piper Pugh, the incoming freshman, hasn't even played a minute of any varsity sport, already has a Division I basketball offer from Morehead State. A lot of talk about what she's going to be able to do for you on the volleyball court. Just talk about how what it's been like to coach her this summer.
Well, honestly, I say hats off to our team for welcoming her in. When I was a freshman coming in at Gallia Academy, I was the only freshman who made varsity as well, and that can be a tough place to be in. You know, Aspen Barnes was in that same position playing full time last year, and I think our team and our leaders, especially the older girls, you know, they were juniors last year, seniors now, they do a great job of including them. Understanding that everyone's role on the team is different and it might look different, but that we're all important in our own ways, whether you're on the bench, whether you're a starter, no matter what. I think our team is very selfless, and they've done a great job of welcoming Piper and, you know, just opening their arms to her to make mistakes. And I think that, you know, it props to our team just for welcoming her. And you know, we got to get her talking a little bit more on the court. She's a little nervous. She's a little shy, but that all comes with growth and age, and she's going to be just fine. She's been a huge part of our summer already.
Coach, last question I have for you. You know, as you started to really get it going through the regular season last year, and you started to become very dominant and picking up a lot of regular season wins, you got to the tournament, come up just short. I know you talked about already beefing up the summer schedule, beefing up the regular season schedule. What would you say is that thing that you guys have come up on that you're like, okay, we've got to be able to do this to be able to take this next step you want? Because you're obviously going to have another great year, but I know there's the goals get awfully lofty as you get to the postseason. What would you say blank is going to be the key to us taking that next step?
Serving and serve receive. I think at any level that you start at, younger to old, serve and serve receive is the game. We've got to serve aggressive. You know, last year we missed 13 serves, I think 14 serves in Circleville game. And you can't win if it's just an uphill battle. So I think serve and serve receive, we've already gotten so much better on. But also just confidence. I think confidence from our team is going to be super important. We've been to that point. We know that we've faced these teams in the summer. We're going to face hard competition during this regular season. So, you know, we should have all the confidence in the world when we get to that district final if we make it that far. I think it's just pushing yourselves every single day. The confidence part is huge of it, though. But I am very proud of our non-conference schedule this year because I think that's going to prepare them in more ways than we did last year.
Coach, with that schedule, we'll obviously be seeing you a lot throughout the regular season. My last thing is just talk about what it was like for you having the playing career at Gallia Academy you did after you went on to go play for Coach Carlston at OU, to be able to come back and just give back to your community at Gallia Academy by taking on the role of head coach. And, throughout your short time, you've done a tremendous job. But take me through that journey of what that was like and how it's felt to just be able to give back to the Gallia Academy volleyball community.
I'm a homebody, so I've always known that I've wanted to help out or coach at Gallia Academy. I can't thank like Lily Twyman enough, my assistant coach. We work really well together. We're both selfless. We want the team to win, the kids to succeed. But yeah, I've always known I wanted to come back here and coach. I'm just grateful for this opportunity. And I think that Gallia Academy has had a strong history of volleyball since we've been in high school. And that starts with the seniors that I had. I just grew a love for it. And I've been on both sides of it. I've sat the bench. I've played. I've been a starter. I've not been a starter. I've been pulled out of games, in the games, and you just got to love it. It doesn't matter what your role is. It's about the difference you make in your team. And I think I just try to promote that as much as I can to enjoy every moment because you'll never get it back. So I just love volleyball, and I'm happy to give back to these kids. I knew these kids growing up when they were little. They would come to our volleyball camps. So it's really special to me to see them succeed and have success. I'm excited to start this season and see how far we can go.
Well, Coach, we're really excited to be able to watch you guys this year, and we know it's if last year gave us a taste of anything that this year is going to be like, we're really excited. So we thank you for joining us today, and we wish you the best of luck this season.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Coach.
Gallia Academy Blue Angels head coach Ashton Webb just joined us on set here at the Roots Sport and Fitness Center. Shayne, it's a nice way to get us started. And, as I was saying, really excited to get to watch this Gallia Academy squad later this season.
Yeah, just obviously they're really good. Okay, as we talked about that, they have a long list of athletes at the net. And we'll highlight some of those through our bracket play today. But beyond the talent level, there was something about this group from the first time I watched them last year, just in terms of the way they interacted with each other, their unselfishness, how hard they played, the way they interacted with their community. They had a lot of different events going on down there at their gym the night we were there. The way the players, she talked about her generation now with this generation. Well, now you're watching these kids being role models and the way they interacted with some of the young kids on their youth nights. It's a really likable group. It's an easy group to root for, and obviously they're really good. So sky's the limit for them in the fall of 26 for sure.
The Blue Angels will begin the regular season on August 18th, a league matchup at home against the Fairland Dragons. It was talked about a little bit with Coach Webb, but we'll take a look at Gallia, some of the teams on Gallia's schedule, mainly their non-league schedule, because you look at this and you're thinking to yourself, it is an absolute gauntlet. There's some of the teams on their schedule: Unioto, Bloom Carroll, Warren, Wheelersburg, Newark Catholic, Chillicothe, Miami Trace, all those teams that, Gallia Academy, a very high-level program, high-level team, but they're playing teams that are at or even in some cases above their level of play as well. Really exciting schedule to just get to watch this Blue Angel program go out and challenge themselves.
Well, there's no question about it. I tell you, it's you take that step last year, you go undefeated, and you go into the tournament and you fall short. And I think they're going about it the right way. They ramp it up in the summer. She highlighted some of the tournaments they've been at, and you start to expose your kids to those things. When you want to talk about, Coach Webb was talking about serving it tough, and then in your serve receive. Well, again, you can get fool's gold if you're going out and you're serving or you're receiving the serves of lower level competition. That's not the case throughout the summer. That they've put themselves in that growth, and that way you understand, hey, here's where we're at, here's where we have to get, and I think that exposure is the key, and I think that's going to really pay off for them. Yeah. Now, will they run the table in the regular season? I don't know. They're very talented, but obviously with that schedule, but I don't know if that's what it's all about. I think they have bigger fish to fry when they move down the postseason trail, and I think that's what they're after.
Once again, the power play court, or the pool rather, here at the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series at the Root Sports and Fitness Center consists of Gallia Academy, Adena, Bloom, Carroll, and Byesville, Meadowbrook. Pool play wrapping up here on the Marshall Court here at the Root Sport and Fitness Center. Shayne, why don't we go ahead? We'll step aside for a little bit. We'll come back. We'll give more of an outlook on some of the teams that are playing here today and just dive more into the Root and the exciting day we get to watch here, get to watch some good volleyball. We'll talk more about what Robbie and Tyler have going on down here at the Root as well. But in the meantime, Carson Francis and Shayne Combs from the Root Sports and Fitness Center in Gallipolis. You're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Since 1853, Tomlinson Insurance has been protecting families, farms, and businesses in our community. As an independent agency, we offer personalized coverage for your auto, home, farm, and business, plus health and life insurance too. And we proudly partner with Erie Insurance to give you peace of mind with reliable coverage at competitive rates. Tomlinson Insurance. Let our history be your future. Call us today at 740-773-4181 or visit us at tomlinsonins.com.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by Willie and Son Trucking. Willie and Son Trucking has been a proud supporter of local student athletes, coaches, and athletic programs throughout its history. Be sure to look out for the Shack Athlete of the Week presented by Willie and Son Trucking each week at sosaohio.com.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Have you experienced simply brilliant fiber internet? Yeah, that's Glow Fiber. Lightning fast internet that keeps up with your busy life. A reliable fiber-to-the-home network whether you're working, learning, playing, or streaming. And best of all, Glow Fiber has real local support from real people who are happy to talk to you. And switch now for your first month free. Faster, more reliable fiber internet with real local support. Glow Fiber. Simply brilliant.
We welcome you back to the Root Sports and Fitness Center here in Gallipolis, Ohio. Carson Francis and Shayne Combs back with you for the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series. Shayne, once again, I walked in here, you and I pulled in, we saw the building, we saw the outdoor basketball, the sand volleyball courts, just countless opportunities for our local athletes to come here and get better, get exposure. Just so many opportunities, and we can't thank Robbie and Tyler enough for having us down here today.
Yeah, when the more I go about some of these types of things, I go to these types of places or events, I always look for attention to detail, and this place just checks every box. I mean, the attention to detail around here is incredible. As you said, all the way out and some of the outside things it offers. And then you come in, the space is incredible. I love the organization and how they have so many different courts set up. Some of the surrounding areas, it's fan friendly. There's a great spot up top there to look out and watch all the different courts. Great concession area, great workout facilities. In terms of the locker rooms and some of the things they had, the front desk area. It's just, everything you look for, it's check, and it's just a really, really nice place. And you can see why it's growing in popularity so much down in this part of the state, because it goes far beyond just what we're here today. I know they've had some junior high volleyball, and then they've had all kinds of basketball tournaments, and there's adult stuff, and there's for kids and all sorts of things, and it's just it's a growing facility, and you can see why.
Shayne, I mentioned this in our first segment, but we're actually set up on a soccer field. It almost gives you like a Final Four type of vibe, where they put a hardwood floor down on a field and they just go out and play. A pretty neat way to work this into existence here down at the Root. Let's dive deeper into some of the teams that we're going to see today. We did a little chat with Coach Ashton Webb of Gallia Academy, and that was a great interview to start us off today. But let's dive into another team that I think we're going to be seeing a lot this season, and that's Adena, led by head coach Laura Smith, who's won a lot in her time at Adena. Just talk about what we can expect to see from the Warriors this season.
Well, I think the number one thing you always get from them is a really fundamentally sound group. Now, it is going to be a little bit of a younger group than she's had over the last couple of years. They're going to be led by their outstanding libero, Kimmy Dalton, in the back row, and that makes sense because they're usually so solid in the passing game. You heard Coach Webb a second ago talk about how it starts with the service game and the serve receive. Well, obviously, in their situation, you get a chance to be really clean there when you're led by such a great passer. They do have a little bit of offense coming back with J.C. Jones, but they're going to fill in the void obviously left by Burns and a lot of those kills from throughout the year. And it'll come. Like they're a group right now that they're in a different spot because as you come through July and you come into the early part of August, Coach Smith probably still trying to find a little bit of the way the rotation is going to fill out and where all the offense is going to come from. But again, what I'm confident for Adena is their ability to pass the volleyball on most nights, to set it cleanly. They're not going to make a lot of ball handling mistakes. They too are going to be pretty solid in the service game and in the serve receive. So even though they might lack some offense in spots, especially early in the year, I always say in rally scoring, Carson, mess up less than your opponent, and a lot of times Adena messes up less than their opponent, and that usually keeps them pretty competitive. Even in watching them here against some high-level competition, they ended up not winning those sets, but you could see how competitive those sets were, and a lot of it had to do with their ability to serve it and to keep the ball off the floor defensively.
Adena last season was led by Katie Burns, the SEC Player of the Year. She is no longer with the Warriors as she graduated last year. How do you replace a Katie Burns caliber player in a program like Adena, who, as I talked about with some football teams on Bad Company last week, Adena is a program they don't rebuild that often. It's more of a reloading process out in Frankfurt.
It really is a reloading. But now when you start to talk about a special talent like Burns, the answer is you don't. You know what I mean? Not overnight at least. They obviously will have a couple different girls that they'll ask to take on far more swings, and they'll look to get them going on the attack. But I think the biggest thing in a program like that is player development. You'll start to see kids come up off the JV, and by the time you watch them into the second half of this upcoming fall, you'll be like, oh, wow, and you'll start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I've always been so impressed with their program, and they have a lot of kids that are kind of quote unquote waiting their turn the way you do in a lot of good players. And I think that's what happens there. So yeah, I don't know that you go and replace a Burns overnight. They'll certainly look to a mixture of kids led by Jones there at the net to try to provide some offense for them.
You talked a lot about Kimmy Dalton. Another athlete that stands out to me on this Adena roster is a do-it-all kind of player in Allie Bossert. And remember, she's coming off a softball season where she was an excellent pitcher for Coach Brad Jadwin in the Adena softball program, led them to a district runner-up season, but she's also a veteran player in this volleyball program looking to kind of fill some holes that this senior class left from a season ago.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the efficiency I was talking about. When you think of a Bossert, you think of a Sowers, you think of some of those kids, kids that are going to have their hands on the ball a lot. So obviously when that's the case, it's no different than another sport, right? If you're going to hand it to a running back 25 times a night, you can't have them putting it on the ground 3 or 4 times. If you're going to ask your point guard to run the show on the basketball court, he or she can't turn it over 7, 8 times a night. Volleyball, same way. When you start taking a look at some of your setter position or some of those kids that are going to be touching the ball a lot, they not only have to be skilled and clean in their actions, but they also have to have the ability to understand what coach wants, kind of be that coach on the floor. And I think you get that with Bossert for sure in that volleyball IQ.
Yeah, certainly another season to look forward to out in Frankfurt. Shayne, we're about to be joined by another very special guest here on set with us. We're about to talk to Chillicothe Cavaliers head coach Leslie Hamman, getting set to join us here on set. We'll give Coach a minute to get her headset on, and there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Coach, thank you for joining us today here at the route. And Coach, first of all, just talk about, I asked Coach Ashton Webb from Gallia Academy the same question, but just talk about the importance of getting your team down here in the off season to an amazing facility down here at the root to play some elite level competition to kind of get you ready for what you're going to face in the regular season.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that. It kind of beefs up our summer schedule and gets us better prepared to come into the season, ready to win. Last year, I try to better myself every year too, and ask myself from season to season, what can we do better next year to get the team ready? And we learned last year we waited too long to face that competition, and we were trying to work out kinks in the lineup that took a little too long. And so our goal this summer was, let's do that sooner. Let's face tougher competition sooner in the summer so we can see where kids fit in and what lineups work best. And so we're really excited to be here. Even just today in pool play, we've really seen some things that are working really well and other things that we've had to make adjustments on that are going to help us come into the season a lot more prepared.
I love what you're saying there because, again, sometimes you get that fool's gold, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
When you're not playing the level of competition that your program got to last year, it can kind of give you a false sense of and then you find out at the wrong time. I love that. Take me back to last year a little bit. That had to be a big step for the program to go toe-to-toe with a Miami Trace and an FAC that I think is very underrated in terms, especially at the top level of volleyball, some of the top teams. Just kind of give me your thoughts on last year and the step that the program took in the right direction.
I feel like we took a huge step in the right direction last season. We have a bench, which is really great. I have girls that are committed to getting better every day. Even though they may not be in that starting 6 to 9 players, they know that they contribute. And when girls get tired, especially in a late night match like we had with Miami Trace, girls wear out. We're in that 5th set, and I had to use my bench, and that's how we won that game, was being able to put those role players in to come in and finish it for us when everybody else was kind of wearing out. It's late in the season. The aches and pains are kind of setting in, fatigue, and, we're trying to stay motivated, and it's really encouraging as a coach to have that commitment from our athletes.
You weren't really an old team last year either. I thought your leadership grew throughout the year. I've always been on record of kind of seeing it through the setter's eyes. Obviously, at the big time put away hitter at the net, the ability to pass it, set it. Talk to us about your setter position, how it's evolving this summer.
Yeah, it's so we have our senior setter back, Isabella Whitty. That was a big change in our lineup last year. Was 6'2" versus 5'1", and we battled with that for the first half of the season and what was best for the team. And when we settled into the 5'1", that's when we started really kind of hitting it home. And we're kind of in a similar situation this year. I have a senior Izzy, and then I have Sydney Wade, who you probably saw on the JV team last year. And she was on our bench last year as a backup setter and got a little time on the court. She's seeing more time this summer, and that's kind of where we're at. But Sydney and Izzy are both phenomenal kids and athletes and willing to do whatever the team needs. And they're both going to be on the court, whether one of them's hitting or setting or doing all the work. And that's kind of where we're at, trying to figure out what that's going to look like.
Coach, my next question doesn't necessarily have to do with volleyball specifically, but just Chillicothe athletics as a whole. Your daughter Evelyn was an all-state player last season. Andrew was the quarterback of the Chillicothe football team, looking to lead them to another exciting season this year. Also was a big part of the basketball team that made it to the district final last year. Just talk about, the current state of Chillicothe athletics and how exciting it has to be to watch your kids be a part of that.
Yeah, it's amazing to have a front row seat to that. And here we are in our senior season, and it's pretty incredible, especially as their mom, seeing where they started in life. They were, I don't know if you guys know, but they were premature babies and born very premature and early, spent a lot of time in the hospital. And we were told a lot of scary things about what might be the outcomes for your kids, and see them excelling in the classroom and on the court and being the true leaders wherever they're at is just, have no words. So.
No, I think that's awesome. And then my last question for you kind of rolls right into that perfectly. I got a chance to really follow Chillicothe there a couple of years ago. Then as I branched off into, so I see a lot of different examples. And the one thing I'll say about Chillicothe, you can tell the kids really like one another. So I thought your chemistry really proved to be true in some of those tough 5-set matches and so forth. Does that come normally? Is that something you guys have evolved over here? Talk to us a little bit about culture, because right now you're describing Chillicothe culture as something good, and from afar, when you watch it, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I try to teach the girls, not just things that they can take on the court skill-wise, but what can they take on with forever in life, being good people, being strong, independent women, standing up for themselves, but also being athletes of good character. But they truly love each other. And, they may not be best friends outside of the gym, but they all get along outside of the gym, and they will hang out here and there. But in the gym, they're thick as thieves. And they support each other. They step up for each other. They celebrate each other. And that's just next level. And I'm so proud of them, because I really don't even have to, you preach it to them, but I really don't have to ask them to do it. They just naturally do it. They're really, really good kids. I've been blessed with good kids since I've taken this job, and that's just made it a little easier.
I love that. Well, Coach, it's been an honor to have you on set, and we're really looking forward to watching your team compete for the rest of today, and also as we get into the regular season. Should be an exciting season for your Cavaliers.
Thank you. Thank you for
Hey,
having
thanks,
me.
Coach. Good luck to you.
Chillicothe head coach Leslie Hamman joining us on set here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center. And now we're going to have another very special guest, one half of the two-headed monster that makes things go here at the Root. We talked about Robbie Pugh and Tyler Twyman putting things on here at the Root. We're going to get to talk to Tyler now as he joins us on set, as we're just a couple minutes away from bracket play getting started here on the Marshall Court. Tyler joining us now. Tyler, first of all, we just want to give a huge thank you on behalf of SOSA for having us down here, letting us, stream these games, for the help that you guys gave us in getting set up. And, Shayne and I were just bragging about how awesome this place truly is. And it's really exciting that, you and Robbie and everybody here at the Root gets to do this for our local athletes.
Yeah, for sure. It's been super cool. And this is I talk to Robbie every day. It's kind of a dream that we get to come in here and do work every day. Most days it's sometimes long days or whatever, but most days it doesn't feel like work. And it's a really cool place for the community. And even I was just talking to a guy, and he's like, "Can you believe this is in Gallipolis?" And I'm like, "No, every day I walk in here, I'm like, this is crazy." So what Robbie and Tessa have done for this place and community has been awesome. And just like this facility's, super unique and one of a kind.
That's what's incredible, man. When you think of the effort, I think of just running a team camp or running a shootout or whatever, what goes into the planning, and then goes what's into all day. That's your guys' all day, every day. I know you had events down here all the time.
Yep.
But then you mentioned something that jumped out at me there too. The fact that it's here, you can tell it means a lot to you. Talk a little bit more about that in terms of what you think it brings here to this part of Southern Ohio.
Yeah. We were just talking to the guys about how we wish when I was a kid, which, I was only in high school 10 years ago, that I wish this
Not
was
getting
here.
any younger.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I wish this was here when I was in school, even like you guys. So I wish I was in school. But what it's done for these athletes and communities, like these girls over here on Gallia, the sophomores or the seniors now were the first group to ever start here when the Root first opened. And now the sophomores and or freshmen and juniors, they're all now in high school, and we're getting to see local athletes that I've made relationships with, of people, at Unioto, at Chillicothe, everywhere, that we really become very close with, and that Gallipolis and the whole Gallia County has got to utilize all the schools around here and the youth. I mean, we're starting soccer at 6 years old, and then we've got volleyball programs in at third. Before the Root opened up, you didn't start volleyball until junior high. So kind of our, programs were not so much struggling, but just kind of behind the times a little bit, because now they're playing in second and third grade. It's they're getting, 4 or 5 more years of experience. And like I said, all the relationships we've made with just everybody is just crazy.
Tyler, in, the short time that the Root has been around, take me through what are some of the biggest events that you guys have been able to host throughout the year, and what's it been like just being able to put that together and just being part of what helps these local athletes get that recognition, and more importantly, just get better as athletes.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So we actually have the one coming up, we'll go from volleyball today, and we'll set up for the Hoop Project this weekend, which is this weekend. It's a big 3-on-3 tournament Robbie's been running for 12 or 13 years now. And so there will be 80 teams here this weekend, and we'll transform into basketball. That's kind of our bigger adult and youth one. But we run a big school team basketball tournament that has 60 teams every year in it. And it's huge. And we do both Saturday and Sunday, like 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. We do a lot of basketball events. Those are some of our biggest, craziest weekends. And then we do a lot of heavy volleyball and soccer too as well. That are just big events. And like I said, we've got people traveling from hour and a half away in the basketball and soccer. We got a team local, about 2 hours away from Harts, West Virginia, and they come every year and they're like fired up. We have the school team tournament. They stay in the hotel and their kids look forward to it. And so those are people we've made relationships with, 2 hours away. And it's been great. We call it controlled chaos. At times it just gets crazy and everything. Like you were talking on earlier, it takes months to plan. It may not go all the way around how you like it, but it's controlled chaos is what we call it. We love it. It's crazy.
So what's the best way? People are out there watching volleyball today. They hear of this place. They've never been down here before. What's the best way for them to get a hold of you? Or if they had a team they wanted to get involved in something, is it a website? Is it a phone call? What's the best way to go about it?
Yeah. We have our website, rootgallia.com. That's the best way to get what I tell people is a website super clean, super useful. It has everything you need to know on it. It even has our number and email you can reach us at, but it has all the events for youth and adults, exactly when they are, flyer information they can go through, they can register their team, they can pay, they can sign up, they can do everything on there, and then they are able to communicate back and forth with like me, Robbie, and Lily on there. So like I said, it's pretty clean, but the website, www.rootgallia.com, that's where you find all the information. It's pretty clean and nice.
Like I said, it's the first time I've been in here, and I was just in awe. I was kind of being nosy earlier and walking around. Real impressive place. Can't thank you enough for having us down today.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate it. And I was just talking to him that, like, we're just like, we come back every morning. If we miss it, we're like, we got to catch the Sosa game. We got to listen to those guys and just check it out. And like I said, I wish this was around when I was a kid, just like the Root. So I'm like, it's really awesome. We appreciate everything you guys do and coming down this today. Once all the girls from Gallia and Unioto and Chillicothe, we know a lot of their kids. They're like, Sosa's going to be there. That's crazy. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of cool.
We're glad we can be down here. Tyler, my last thing is, it's been a great development to athletics in Southeast Ohio. Just, again, getting to have people come here, improve their skills, get recognized. Where do you see things going from here at the Roo? Any big plans in the future to add anything else, host anything big? What's next?
We like to say here, especially with a guy named Robbie Pugh, there's always a project. We always got something going on here, just like we had at the Marshall Court this year. We always got something going on here. So we're always looking to expand in some certain way. I don't think that's really going to be a building, hopefully as of right now, but I could tell you that something in the works is probably going to happen in the next 4 or 5 years where we're going to expand just because it gets crazier and crazier. And we're like, we got to add another basketball court. Shoot, we may add another soccer field. So,
hey, I have to admit, I was wondering, what do they call it? The Marshall Court? I didn't know it was literally the Marshall Court.
Marshall Court. It's crazy, but like Robbie probably told you guys, bought it off Marshall and everything. It's played and worked out way better than we could ever thought. And it's been awesome and just a great development for the kids. We didn't do anything on this for 8 months out of the year. So now girls are getting to play volleyball on it and, basketball and everything like that. So Rob and Lily, I got to give a shout out to them and Tessa. They're always cranking. And I just kind of do what they tell me, and I just go from there and just help them out.
Yeah. So, hey, I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
A lot of fun. We're looking forward to a great afternoon.
Hey, thank you guys.
That is Tyler Twyman from the Root Sports and Fitness Center. As I mentioned earlier, one half of the two-headed monster that makes things go down here at the Root. You see some players now warming up on the floor. It looks like our first matchup is going to be a preview of what we have to start the regular season. Gallia Academy and Unioto to get things started in bracket play here at the Root. We'll take a quick break, come back, get ready for the start of this bracket round of the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Have you experienced simply brilliant fiber internet? Yeah, that's Glow Fiber. Lightning fast internet that keeps up with your busy life. A reliable fiber-to-the-home network whether you're working, learning, playing, or streaming. And best of all, Glow Fiber has real local support from real people who are happy to talk to you. And switch now for your first month free. Faster, more reliable fiber internet with real local support. Glow Fiber. Simply brilliant.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Back here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center in Gallipolis, as we are getting ready to start bracket play in the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series, the Gold Championship. Our first matchup will start here momentarily. Gallia Academy and Unioto, two excellent programs. We heard from Coach Webb from Gallia Academy earlier. We're going to hear from Coach Gavin Patterson of Unioto after this matchup. Shayne, two excellent programs. They are going to play in the regular season on August 22nd. What can you tell us about these two teams and what we can expect from both of them this season?
Well, we talked a lot about Gallia Academy earlier, so let's start over on the Unioto side. I think it's a team a year ago that they played a lot of girls. They graduated about half of them, but that because of that, they returned quite a bit as well. They're a team that's led by their setter Batson. Kinsley Batson will distribute the ball out in a 5-1 offense, assuming they stay where they were a year ago in that same type of attack. Look for a real breakout year from Charlotte Dennis across the net, and then there's a lot of kids that they're looking for some breakout from. Corey Grubbs as a freshman last year got some time. I'm sure they'll really lean on her to swing a little bit more for. Anderson played a lot. Watson played a lot. Puckett will give them some back row play. So I'm anxious to see how they're going to fill in some of the holes and go. But again, a team at 18-5 a year ago certainly return a lot in terms of when you look around the SBC and look at what some teams graduated. I'm sure the expectations are as high as normal there at Unioto.
And Shayne, this is something that we talked about before the game, but I looked at, obviously we don't have teams' official rosters yet. So anybody playing on the court today, these rosters aren't final just yet. But when, I chatted with Coach Patterson earlier this week to see who all was going to be down here, I noticed there's a lot of juniors on this Unioto squad, which means, yes, they do return a lot, but there's also a lot that is back next year as well. So while they're going to get a lot of production out of this heavy junior class, there's a lot to look forward to in the future of this Unioto volleyball program as well.
Well, no question. And again, what happens is when you see some juniors or even a senior, and it's a name that maybe you haven't seen in the normal rotation in the past, it's another example of what we talked about earlier, Carson, where at some of these bigger schools and some of these good programs, it's kind of a wait your turn type of thing. You might come up as a freshman or sophomore, and throughout your grade level, throughout the area, you'd play varsity at a lot of places. Where in some of these really good programs, it might be a little bit more crowded at your position. And it's, I think what you're going to see, that's what I love about these types of events or some of the preview events we go to or the early non-league action is there's going to be some star power that you already know going in, but you always come away checking your roster a couple times like, hey, who's that? You know what I mean? And it's a new piece of the puzzle that can really take a team to the next level.
And it's what I talked about a little bit earlier in the sense that you play this high-level competition early, and as a player, it kind of just gives you an idea. It's almost like a lot of people use the term measuring stick game. You kind of get to see where you're at as a player and what you can work on to better yourself when you put yourself up against elite competition like the two teams we're going to see here in a few moments.
Well, Coach Webb and Coach Hamman already talked about it with this, right? Like sometimes you get that fool's gold. You go out and you play some dominant volleyball in terms of maybe on the attack or maybe with some different serving or so forth against competition that maybe isn't really, to use your term, measuring stick in terms of where you want to get. And you can really fall into some false hope or kind of get a misread of who you are in terms of as a team right now. When you come out and you do it against this level of competition, or now you're doing it at the highest level. So things that are working out here on the Marshall court this afternoon, that gives you a pretty good indication that they're going to work in the regular season. If you have a player that can come out here and go toe-to-toe with some of the competition they're playing against today, that gives you confidence, okay, maybe that young lady is ready for the varsity level. So I can't say enough how important this is for these programs to be a part of this type of event.
Unioto, while we're talking about them, a season ago went 18-5, 11-3 in the Scioto Valley Conference. Good for a second place finish in the league. They were the number 1 seed in the Southeast District in Division III, but they were bounced in their opening round game to a very talented Miami Trace team that we talked about with Coach Hamman a little bit. Just talk about, as Gavin Patterson is set to enter his second season as head coach, how Unioto can build off of the success of last season.
Yeah, I think they just got to find just a little bit more consistency. I mean, and look, I mean, it kind of showed up a little bit there in the postseason. Miami Trace, obviously, a really, really good team, but I think it's just that consistent. I watched this Unioto team, Carson, about 3 or 4 times last year for a set, maybe 2 sets, play some of the highest level volleyball I'd watched all year. And then a half hour later, the same exact kids are on the court. You're like, what happened? Where'd the momentum go? So I think a lot of it's just that consistency of them being able to bring the energy that it takes to play at the highest level possible and sustain that throughout the match and then throughout, a week, throughout 2 weeks, and throughout a league round and so forth. And the more they build that up, I think they're going to really take the next step. Obviously, 18 wins a year ago with a lot coming back, they're not that far off at all. They're going to need a couple new faces to step in and really pick up some of the production that they graduated. But they certainly have the names on the roster, as I'm looking down through here, of girls that can do that. So I'm excited to watch them play. They're certainly going to get a test here because, as we said, the experience of this Gallia team, they're a little bit closer to a midseason form than a lot of teams would be here in July.
And, it's something that you talked about when we had Coach Webb on set earlier, but you look at this Gallia Academy squad and, there's only one volleyball to go around to all of these players that can go out and make something happen on the floor. And you look at just who all they have coming back. You look at a Grayson Clark, a Chloe Bennett, an Aspen Barnes type of player. And then you have your Aubrey Frazier's, your Lauren Eacheses, and then obviously one of the more highly anticipated freshmen in our coverage area, in the history of our coverage area, in Piper Pugh, just top to bottom, so much production and so much potential in this Gallia Academy squad.
Yeah, as Coach Webb talked about, they want to serve it tough. They want to be on target with their serve receive. And if they are, they have one of the really, really good setters in our entire coverage area, Grayson Clark. Young lady's going to make a run at 3,000 career assists here during her senior campaign. And she can really spread the ball out around. Aubrey Frazier, Abby Clark, Riley Saunders, Piper Pugh, Lauren Eaches. Aspen Barnes obviously had the big breakout rookie season a year ago, now comes back as a sophomore. And then, they have nice back row play led by Chloe Bennett as well. So yeah, they're complete. That's the word I would use. And as long as they can stay consistent and play clean volleyball, they're going to come on the attack, and they're going to come at you in a legitimate way, no matter what spot they're at in those 6 rotations.
Unioto in black, Gallia Academy in blue. One thing we will preface before we get going in gameplay is that obviously at this stage of the season, the teams don't have their rosters quite set, and obviously nobody's wearing jerseys out there, so we do not have, might not be as sharp with names and players as we would be. We're not. You mentioned how Gallia Academy is probably mid-season form. I don't know that we're quite there yet.
That's fair.
But we will get there. Just bear with us, and we're gonna do our best to get everybody's name correct. But all that aside, this is going to be the start of a really fun day down here in Gallipolis. Again, can't thank Robbie Pugh and Tyler Twyman enough for having us down here, for all the help they provided us with to make sure we can hit the ground running to go stream these games today.
Yeah, it's just been a really fun morning getting to see a lot of, we've probably been around the facility here, watched 12, 13, 14 different teams multiple times against multiple opponents. And now this is what we've been looking forward to is the teams throughout the pool play that were elite kind of come to the Marshall court here and should provide us 2 or 3 hours of some really good volleyball.
We also have Jesse Scott on the public address mic here on the Marshall court, giving us some PA announcing for these elimination games. Makes for a great atmosphere here in the summer. It gets you excited for the regular season.
These are two teams that we know pretty well, so I think we should be able to provide some good individual analysis in terms of what you're going to see from these teams throughout the year. But I'll really echo a couple different times. I'm excited for Unioto to see some of the new faces and how it's going to be, because keep in mind they did get hit by graduation a little bit. There was 4 or 5 kids that really did a lot for them on the varsity stage last year. And I know some kids have been waiting their turn. I'm sure they're anxious to prove that, hey, coach, I can do this.
So Gallia Academy on your left side of the court, Unioto on your right. It looks like the Blue Angels will get the first serve and get us started here in bracket play at the Root. Serve is up. We are underway in the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series at the Root. Abigail Watson tried to send it over for Unioto. Gallia Academy with it, and a nice tip over, but a point for Unioto. An error there by the Blue Angels.
Yeah, some good activity at the net there. Unioto will present some size that can at least try to slow down the attack of Gallia Academy.
There's a set and a nice spike blocked by the Blue Angels. And a fire into the net by Unioto gives a point to Gallia Academy, 1 each.
Yeah, what you'll notice with Gallia Academy is how they can come at you every spot of the net. So it really makes it difficult for the block to cheat, because last year, Carson, I believe they had about 5 different hitters average between 1 and 4 kills per set. So they can really spread it out.
Service error on Gallia Academy makes it 2-1. Another thing to point out, that we're playing best of 3 rather than the typical best of 5, as another service error by Unioto even things up at 2. So at this stage, you only have to win 2 sets to advance to the next round.
Yeah, and again, the idea in the summer is just to get as much volleyball in as possible against different types of opponents.
Gallia Academy on the attack. A nice dig there by Unioto, as these two teams, again, as I mentioned, will meet in the regular season on August 22nd. Sherman's tack on another point, 3-2 Unioto, but has to on both sides, just gives you a little preview of when you do go into the regular season, you meet up with this team again, you kind of know a little bit what to expect.
You do, and I think through the club volleyball circuit nowadays that most kids have a pretty good feel for each other and some of the tendencies and some of the different things. You're right, as it comes to the teams, though, in terms of the way the rotations are going to be put together, certainly adds to that a little bit.
A nice block there by Charlotte Dennis and Unioto to give the Shermans a 2-point lead. Dennis, an incoming junior, was first team All-SVC last year. Also a starter for the Lady Sherman's basketball team that had another incredible run in the tournament this past winter.
Well, and we think about her offense, she presents a little bit of that size defensively as well. I would encourage the viewers to really take a look at that, as our camera angle gives you a pretty good look right down the net. Just some really good matchups with Dennis going up against the size of the likes of a Fraser and Clark.
242 kills last season, second on the team for the first team All-SVC selection. As Gallia Academy knots things up at 4 apiece here in the opening set.
Great look there at the setter play of Clark, and notice how it kind of ended up freezing the block. So how do you offset that size of Dennis at the net? You try to get her guessing and get the ball moving up and down to different spots.
Some nice action here by the Shermans. Attempt over the net. It's that good rally here, going back and forth, just what you want to see at this stage in the offseason. Kind of builds your endurance. Dennis goes up for one again, dug up. And tooling the block for Gallia Academy. Get another point, 3-0 run for the Blue Angels.
Yeah, just the ability to get them all the way outside the blocks late to get there, and chance for Gallia Academy to go up one. I talked about the setter matchup today. Batson on the Unioto side does such a good job for Unioto as well. She's using the bump set there outside to Anderson, but she's a terrific player who I think will really take a step forward, Carson, now that she's kind of had the full year of running the show. I think you'll really start to see some of that leadership and some of that quarterbacking of the entire offense really pick up.
And a service ace there for Gallia Academy. It's now a 5-0 run for the Blue Angels. That's something we see in a lot of sports where, teams, volleyball is one of those games. It's just a game of runs, and you just got to find out who's hot, keep feeding the hot hand, and go from there.
Coach Webb talked about the serving earlier. The serving's really played a role here. Unioto's been a lot, several times in a row here out of system, not really getting on the attack. And there's an example once again.
Talk to Coach Ashton Webb of the Blue Angels. We talked to Leslie Hamman of Chillicothe earlier as well. We're going to get a hold of Coach Gavin Patterson of Unioto, as well as Bloom Carroll head coach Kyle McFerrin, as we watch today's action. Shayne talked about this being like the NBA Summer League. You get to watch some good action, but you also just get to relax, hear from some coaches, some players about, just what we can expect this upcoming season.
It really is kind of the relaxing, competitive environment. And I say that because obviously you're wanting to win. These are programs that have a standard of every time they put the shoes on and toss the volleyball out there. There's an expectation to play the game in a certain way. But I think all of these programs pride themselves more on their ability to win a month or two down the road, and especially 3 or 4 months into the postseason compared to today. So you're trying to put your kids in some tough environments and to see if they can grow from it.
Again, two teams that we expect to be on the elite side of our volleyball coverage going at it. They're going to meet in the regular season, and they both are challenging themselves with their regular season schedules. Overpass, a nice dump there to get the Blue Angels another point, 12-5 Gallia Academy.
Yeah, the service game of Gallia Academy really impacting the early part of this first bracket game here. And again, you see leading to the overpass, the size of Gallia Academy at the net. Nice job playing with the two hands, staying out of the net, throwing that down out to the 13-5 start. And this is kind of what we watched in pool play earlier. As we said, Gallia Academy clicking on I won't say all cylinders, but certainly most of them.
We talked about this a little earlier. Gallia Academy has, they're playing a gauntlet today, but just throughout the season, they've got the likes of Unioto, Bloom Carroll, Miami Trace, Warren, Wheelersburg, Newark Catholic, Chillicothe. There's some teams in the OVC that have been competitive. Or Chesapeake was a team that was, Gallia Academy beat Chesapeake last season to clinch the outright OVC title. And then you look over at Unioto, obviously they're playing Gallia Academy. They got Southwebster, Logan Elm, Chillicothe. Obviously, we know the SVC to be one of the toughest conferences in our coverage area for volleyball. Just no shortage of competition on both sides.
Yeah, no question about it. And, we talked to Gallia Academy a lot about that last year. A lot of that work was already starting at the end of last volleyball season in terms of them wanting to crank it up a little bit. And boy, have they, when you consider some of the environments they're going to play in next year, and then not to mention 4 or 5 of those opponents you read off.
Aspen Barnes with a service ace for Gallia Academy, 15-5. Blue Angels in front. And, we talked about Piper Pugh, the incoming freshman for Gallia Academy, being a player to watch on all aspects of the game. But last year for Gallia Academy, that was Aspen Barnes stepping onto the varsity volleyball floor as a freshman. just talk about the season she's had and what kind of transitions we can expect from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah, there as you see Barnes swinging from the outside. She's a kid that really had come on fast last year. You know, obviously the year before you had Frazier and Clark that kind of established themselves as sophomores, and as they were coming into juniors, the size they had at the net, Barnes was really able to come on and swing from the outside and really take it to another level with the likes of Saunders and Aegis and some of those. So now you throw in Pugh to the mix as well. It's just another weapon for Grayson Clark to add to the choices she has up and down the net. And that's why I say they even dealt with some injuries last year, but the depth is kind of what got them through that. I think that's going to be a big factor again this year. Obviously, you wish good health, but you know through the wear and tear of a season, you heard Coach Hamman talk about the depth of her bench and so forth. I think that's just another thing that Coach Webb has this year is a little bit improved depth.
Unioto now on a 4-0 run to cut the deficit to 15-9 here in this opening set. And Barnes with a kill to answer right back for Gallia Academy.
Yeah, just so tough up and down the net. Unioto just having trouble getting the block set there. The speed of the game just kind of picked up a notch on them here, and they've really struggled in their serve receive, I should say, and it's really kept them from going on the attack.
A miscue there by the Shermans. Good effort, just not enough. Another serve, a little too much heat on that one from Gallia Academy.
I believe that's Ari Rice. I got blocked out there. I apologize.
I believe that was Ari Rice. You know, something nice that helps us, you know, kind of know who's who. Obviously, Shayne, you've seen some of these teams more than I have, but something that's helping is Jesse, our PA announcer, has these little notes about, you know, this player's wearing pink shoes, this player's wearing, you know, an arm sleeve. You know, just that attention to detail has really helped us out, and you know, it's something that you want to, you know, we talk about the great lengths that the route has gone to help us be able to stream these games, but also just even when your PA announcer is going to those lengths, you know, you've got a good event going.
That's attention to detail I talked about earlier. You know, it's one thing just to throw together an event and, you know, just, you know, get a facility and get someone to stand up on the ladder and say, okay, let's play to 25. And then it's another thing to really take care of teams and bring them down into a good facility and make them feel like that they're getting, you know, a big game type atmosphere out of it. And you're certainly getting that here, especially now. You can see how the intensity's picked up even from pool play here just to this first bracket game.
That was a nice dual block there by Gallia Academy, but it falls out of bounds and a point goes to Unioto as the Shermans try and claw back into this opening set. 18-13, Gallia Academy. Right, here's Pugh on the attack. Pugh a little too much on that one, out of bounds, and point goes to Unioto.
Well, now a chance for Unioto to maybe throw something back at Gallia Academy in terms of some tough serving here with Patterson back on the line. Try to get them out of system just a little bit. There's another pass off target, so another chance here for Unioto to go.
Good set, nice tip over, nice dig. Here's Barnes again. And just missing on that one is Aspen Barnes. Unioto back to within 3.
Yeah, and you can see it in their body language a little bit. They start to believe just a little bit more bouncing around, starting to get a little bit more confidence, a little bit more momentum.
Set again, nice attack. Good dig there by the Unioto libero. Sherman's on the attack, the team block, and it's off the antenna. Unioto making a run now back down to 2, 18-16.
Yeah, also tough serving here from Patterson. There's only been once or twice maybe that Gallia Academy's been able to go in system here, and there's another one. Outstanding serve here from the setter, showing off her all-around talent.
Service ace from Batson. She had 28 service aces last year. Obviously, as a setter, much more well-rounded as a passer. 761 assists last season.
Looks like that sails long for the hitting area, but again, Unioto able to accomplish off of the Batson run on the service line to get back in this a little bit. Anybody set?
Barnes the serve. 1917 Gallia Academy, and a block and a point going to the Blue Angels. A nice response here from Gallia Academy.
Yeah, really on both sides, Carson. It's been the team that's or it's going to be the team that can clean up the serve receive the quickest, because it's really kind of leading to the runs that we see back and forth. Unioto no more answers with a big run from Batson on the line. Now here comes Gallia Academy back. It looks like we're on a timeout, 21-17. And again, it's been the tough serving on both sides. Or if you ask the coaches, they might tell you it's a little combination of poor serve receive too in the middle or into July, which makes a lot of sense.
Aspen Barnes with back-to-back service points for Gallia Academy. What have you liked so far about the way that the things you've seen from Gallia Academy, the way they've responded in this back and forth first set?
Well, I like on both sides how some of the leaders have stepped to the forefront. You know, when things started to go bad, you just try to come back and get on a good attack, and Clark's able to deliver a ball to one of her many go-to hitters. Over on the Unioto side, you like the Batson goes back to the service line, does well. The libero play of Kylie Puckett. She's going to be a big piece of the puzzle for Unioto this year. Obviously, she had come on strong in basketball with that experience as well. So I think as you're starting to fill in some new roles, you look for your returning leaders to kind of set a tempo.
21-18 Gallia Academy in set one of the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series bracket stage here at the Roots Sports and Fitness Center. Here's Pugh on the attack, and Pugh with the kill for the Blue Angels.
The outstanding pass on target from Rice, and then Clark goes out there to her very talented rookie with a big time swing.
Unioto looking to answer. Nice set. Pugh again, soft contact, and an attack error on.
I think they got Unioto in the net.
On Unioto, yes, that will give a point to Gallia Academy. Blue Angels just 2 points away from a set win as Bennett sends it into the back line for Unioto. And a nice block, and now it's set point rather for Gallia Academy. After that point, Bennett will serve. 24-18 Gallia Academy. Bennett into the back line, and a service ace. And set point belongs to the Blue Angels. 25-18 in the first set in game one of the bracket stage in this Summer Volleyball Tournament Series. Gallia Academy looks to close out against Unioto here in the second set. We'll quickly step aside here from the Roots Sports and Fitness Center. You're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Since 1853, Tomlinson Insurance has been protecting families, farms, and businesses in our community. As an independent agency, we offer personalized coverage for your auto, home, farm, and business, plus health and life insurance too. And we proudly partner with Erie Insurance to give you peace of mind with reliable coverage at competitive rates. Tomlinson Insurance. Let our history be your future. Call us today at 740-773-4181 or visit us at tomlinsonins.com.
Back here inside the Roots Sports and Fitness Center, one set down between Gallia Academy and Unioto, with the Blue Angels taking set one, 25-18. Shayne, what did you like about that first set on both sides?
I think it was the back and forth serving. I thought that's what really impacted the match the most. We watched the serve receive suffer on both sides, and it made it difficult for both teams to really get on the attack. I think the times that it did clean up, we were able to see some of the talent we referenced, some of the swings there that Dennis was able to give Unioto. They got Anderson on the outside a couple times there late. But the size of Gallia Academy across the front, not only on the offensive attack, but their ability to put up the big block, I thought that impacted the end of that particular set there. Again, the serving's been the X factor so far. Let's see which team can clean up the service received the most.
Kimberly Batson serving to start for Unioto. Had some nice serves to get the Shermans back into that first set, and they get a point there. Gallia Academy not able to get it back over the net in time.
This is the rotation Unioto had by far its biggest success. Batson back serving. One, she's a great server, but then with her setting out of the back row, it gives Unioto 3 hitters on the attack.
A nice dump and a spike over by Unioto. Here's Barnes with the authoritative kill.
Yeah, big time swing. Gallia Academy comes back at you so quick. Unioto really struggling to transition off the net a little bit too. So you don't get a chance to send 3 hitters on the attack if you get stuck up there on the net defensively.
Blue Angels serving knotted up at 1 and a service ace for Gallia Academy. As Clark with the service ace to put the Blue Angels up 2-1. And a nice dump on the overpass there. You know, that's another thing that, you know, can make you successful in volleyball is can you take advantage of the other team's mistakes? Gallia Academy able to do that there.
Well, and Abby Clark's done a good job 2 or 3 times of being able to get up there, get the hands out over the net, stay out of the net, and just dump it right into the spot.
Another block there, but Unioto tooling it to perfection.
They're just unable to get the hands turned in. And
Corey Grubbs back to serve for Unioto. The incoming sophomore for Coach Patterson's squad. Going back and forth. Clark tried to get up there for the block, but it lands right in front of her. Gives the kill to Libby Anderson to knot things up at 3.
yeah, great dig there from Puckett to get it on target to Batson. And then at time they were able to get Anderson a little bit off the net. And I thought she had a little bit more room to operate against the size of Gallia Academy.
Service error by Unioto. Aspen Barnes now to serve for Gallia Academy. Watson tried to kill it, blocked by Clark. And nice effort there by Barnes to save it, but not there in time.
Carson, you mentioned earlier, Corey Grubbs, I think's someone today to kind of highlight. She's the perfect example of summer volleyball we're talking about. Unioto, they graduated a lot of pieces as Frazier swings away and hammers one there.
Now, Shayne, we're going to welcome another guest to our set. We've got Blue Carroll head coach Kyle McFerrin here to talk to us before his team takes the court. Coach, glad to have you with us on set. And Coach, before your team takes the floor again, just give us your thoughts on what coming down here has been like. An awesome facility for your team to come play against some high-level competition today and kind of gets you ready to go play in the regular season.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament. This has been one of the best things we've done all summer and in all 5 years I've been at Blue Carroll's coming down here and play. You know, you get different styles, different abilities, different teams. And, you know, we were in the power pool today, so we had 4 good games and everybody went to gold. So, you know, worst case scenario, we told before we leave, we get 4 good games. Best case scenario, we get 6. So it's a really good tournament for us to attend.
You know, Coach, you obviously some high-level volleyball that you've been a part of and playing on the highest stage. You know, talk to me a little bit about keeping the kids hungry. You know what I mean? A lot of times you accomplish that stuff and then you start to wear the bullseye a little bit.
Yeah.
And that standard starts to go.
Yeah.
That was in the summer, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
2 years ago we had 5 seniors who were all really good. Evelyn Brown was actually an NAIA National Freshman of the Year at Mount Vernon. We got a girl playing D1 at Indiana State, and we lost those 5 seniors, and everyone's like, how good you going to be? How good you going to be? This year, I keep getting the question, well, who's next? You know, so it's kind of changed from how good are you going to be to who's the next person to step up for you. So, you know, we know teams want to beat us, and we know we're going to we expect everybody's best effort, and, you know, we try to give everybody our best effort too.
Coach, when you took over the program at Bloom Carroll, and since then you've just seen this program progress year in, year out, and so much so that you guys were in the state championship game in a very competitive Division III across the state of Ohio last year. Just talk about your thoughts on how this program has grown year in, year out, and what the next steps you look to take on.
It's been great to see. When I first got there, I think the previous few years they'd won around 10 games, and you know, we get to an open gym, and I'm not sure what to expect coming from Watkins Memorial, where we had some success, and I get there, and I'm like, you know what? There's a lot more talent in here than I thought was going to be. So it started at a good spot, and we were able to kind of slowly get stuff going that first year, and like you say, just progressing. And a lot of that is the athletes, the student athletes we have. We have a lot of good student athletes who want to be good volleyball players, who work really hard for our school. You know, a lot of times, you know, I don't know so much down Southeast Ohio, but in Central Ohio, we deal with a lot of club versus school ball, you know, in terms of how, like, Olentangies are more, club ball is more important to them. So we try to really emphasize school ball as a high level of importance for the girls.
And looking on your schedule this year, I know you've got the Bishop Wattersons, the Upper Arlingtons, the Dublin Sciotos, those high level, those Division I, Division II schools, but also, I mean, just looking even in your league, the MSL Buckeye is a very tough volleyball conference. Obviously, you've played those high level teams like Circleville, Logan Elm. Fairfield Union had a great team 2 years ago. They're looking to get back up to the top of the league this season. Hamilton Township's got some great athletes in all sports. Just talk about, you know, how you've been able to navigate playing in a very competitive conference like the MSL Buckeye, and what you've learned, how you've helped your players grow in those tough league games.
You know, the league's always an interesting feat, because you play somebody once and you're going to play them again. So you have to make sure you understand what's going on, what they're trying to do, but also you want to focus on yourself. That's a big thing that we do. And, you know, we're playing someone who's going to give us a great effort. They like to set the outside. They run a lot of this, whatever. But, you know, we got to make sure we're being very fundamental and doing what we're supposed to do. And that's what we stress. You didn't mention the game. We're coming down here August 28th, or 27th, that Thursday. We're really excited to come down here to Gallia Academy. That's going to be a fun game for us. We're looking forward to that, especially after today.
Yeah, neat atmosphere for sure that they produce every time they play a home game. Coach, I think you're a great one to ask us. We take a lot of pride in our SOSA volleyball coverage throughout the entire Southeast District. You've seen the game on a statewide level, and I feel like the game of volleyball has really started to grow over the last decade in the Southeast.
Yes.
What's your take on that? How close do you think the Southeast is getting? Maybe what's the next step that needs to be taken?
You know, the opening the club here has been a great spot. You know, and you know, club volleyball is what it is, but it's a chance for the girls to get lots of reps, and it's a chance to get touches. It's a chance to go work hard and learn the game and stay with the game year round, and you're going to develop. And you know, you just look out here today, and you know, right now we're watching Unioto and Gallia Academy play, 2 teams that have had a lot of success in Southeast Ohio. You know, I started my career at Circleville, so I was around it a little bit around then. It's definitely taken off in the last 10 years, I think.
That's good to hear.
Coach, my last thing is just going into this season, you know, with everybody that you talked about the senior class that, you know, graduated last year. You bring back a lot of young talent as well. Just how do you look to navigate this season with, you know, some returning faces, but a lot of new faces, and playing against a schedule as competitive as you guys have?
Well, we have 5 of our 8 rotation players are back from last year, so that's a good place to start. Having the, you know, but we lost 3 seniors who were on the court the entire game with 2 6 rotations in our libero. So you know, with the 5 coming back, one of them we're probably going to move positions, and she's going to be more of a pin hitter for us than a middle. But you know, we have a really good freshman class. I think we can pull 1 or 2 up and possibly get some varsity time. Which I kind of thought we were done with freshmen playing varsity at Bloom Carroll, if I'm being honest. So it's a pleasant surprise when they showed up. You know, I knew they were good, but I didn't realize how good they were. You know, and we got some juniors who have kind of waited their turn, and you know, that's what good programs do. You know, you have sophomores that play JV, and then when they're a junior, they are ready to play varsity volleyball because they've been in the program for 2 years, and they're role players, and they fill their role the best they can.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, Coach, we appreciate having you on set, and we're looking forward to watching you the rest of the day. And hopefully we'll get to see you guys a little bit as we get into the regular season, but it's been a pleasure having you on
thanks
set
for having
today.
me. My dad, got to give a shout out to Bob McFerrin, listens to the Sosa podcast all the time.
There we
so
go.
Hey, we appreciate
He's a
that.
former Circleville administrator. So,
Hey,
thanks,
thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
Best of luck, Coach.
That is the reigning Division III Co-State Coach of the Year, Kyle McFerrin of the Bloom Carroll Bulldogs, joining us on set. Shayne, nice conversation we got to have.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I was anxious all day long when we knew that he was on our list of coaches to get, for him to give us that statewide view, because, as he said, the Southeast District, we talked on Sosa Overtime quite a bit, John Bruce and I, about how we think the 7 divisions has really allowed the Southeast District to maybe spread its wealth out across the statewide scene a little bit more. And I'm excited to see the growth of the game here in the next 5 years or so. I think programs like the ones we're seeing here in terms of Gallia Academy and some of those teams, I know you rattled off several teams that are here today or that will be playing these teams here today that had Elite 8 Final Four experiences a year ago.
And another thing too, and something that Coach McFerrin talked about was, Bloom Carroll, they're in a league that we cover. We don't really get to cover them as much because they play in the Central District and a lot of high-level competition up there. I mean, you look at the run Bloom Carroll made to the Final Four last year that we'll talk about later on when we get them on the Marshall court here, but the Jonathan Alders, the St. Francis de Sales on their schedule this year, they got the Bishop Hartleys, the Bishop Wattersons. It's games like those against teams from a very competitive Central District that prepare you to play the teams like the Circlevilles, the Logan Elms, the Fairfield Unions in your league that, put you in position to go win a league title.
Yeah, it's really interesting because no matter what level you're at, there's always another level to go to. And I think that's what you're talking about there. Obviously, some of those teams you're rattling off have really set some of the recent standard here in the southeast part of the state. But some of those teams that are pushing up and beyond, they're even going to another level. So I think that's what's neat about the summer scene, watching kids get better and better. And we're certainly going to see that as these teams evolve over the next month into the regular season.
Back to action here. Gallia Academy ahead 17-11 on Unioto. And that one just finding the inside of the line for a Gallia Academy point. Chloe Bennett back at the service line for the Blue Angels.
Yeah, had a pretty competitive set going during our interview there, and then all of a sudden Gallia Academy just took off, and they've been able to run away here a little bit with their service game and their depth at the net.
There's a nice play by Charlotte Dennis to get a point back for Unioto. Dennis just using her height to go up there and make that play, getting a point back for the Shermans, 18-12.
This is a senior, Avery Atkins, going back to serve here.
Atkins lost one over the net, just missing. Blue Angel point, 19-12.
Then that's that risk reward. A lot of times you try to use the tough serve and hit your spots. Sometimes the air is going to play a role as well. You want to try to get to that ratio where you're no worse than even, but you'd obviously like to get that ace total out there in front a little bit.
Piper Pugh, the freshman, tooling the block to get a point for Gallia Academy, 20-12, as Mallory Petro sends it away for Gallia Academy. An attack error by Unioto. Obviously some things you want to clean up as you get ready for the regular season are those unforced errors we've seen a lot on both sides.
Well, and a lot of times they are unforced, from the eye in terms of, you're swinging away and the block's not really touching or anything there. But it's kind of just the presence of the size there. A lot of times you try to do a little too much with it. You try to maybe send it a little bit higher than you need to. You try to get too fine with it. But I think that's what the size of Gallia Academy does. The presence of that size up and down the net, it can kind of have as much of a mental effect on the opposing hitter as it does a physical.
The timeout here is Gallia Academy ahead 22-12, looking to close out this matchup with Unioto. The winner will go on to play right back here at the Marshall Court at 5 p.m. against the winner of our next game.
You know, Carson, both teams will get better as time goes on, obviously, but I think it's safe to say that in this particular matchup, Gallia Academy far closer to the finished product than what this Unioto squad is now. You see a lot of potential pieces here for Unioto as they start to get things going, and be interesting to see where they're at a month from now as they clean up the rotation and get kids a little bit more comfortable.
Charlotte Dennis with the soft touch for the Unioto point. And an extra touch there by Gallia Academy gives another one to the Shermans.
I think it's a big stretch here for Gallia Academy. You know, at 22-14, you're in control, probably going to go on to win, but it's kind of the standard of you want to continue to play sharp and you want to finish strong. That time it looked like someone followed through in the net, no call.
Libby Anderson serving for Unioto, and Pugh again tooling the block for another Gallia Academy point. Blue Angels 2 away from a win.
Yeah, I love the chemistry already of Clark and Pugh. They get Pugh way outside Carson, and what that does, it allows her to take on the line more than the middle with Dennis in the block there. So you're able to go down the line, far more favorable matchup from a size standpoint.
There's Barnes on the other end. Nice block there by Unioto near side. And another kill by the Blue Angels. Match point as Pugh goes back to the service line.
Yeah, really, really impressive for Gallia Academy. I mean, they kind of had it in cruise control earlier. Then once they got it going, really started to take off.
Pugh lost that one a little too far, and that'll keep Unioto alive for at least one more point.
Tried to end it with an explanation point with the high toss and the jump serve.
It's like going up for the kill, just a little too long there.
That was going to be a Clark to try to get the game winner. But again, the pass brought Grayson Clark just a little bit off her mark, and it forced the hitter Abby Clark to change her route and never really got on top of it.
Here's Pugh going up and just, again, going up for those kills. You can kind of, you can almost be a little too aggressive. And, I think as she progresses, I think Piper Pugh's going to learn, how to find that happy medium when going for those game-winning kills. Here's Aspen Barnes, and that'll do it. The sophomore will show him how it's done as Gallia Academy with a 2-set sweep over Unioto to advance to the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series semifinal here on the Marshall Court. That'll be played at approximately 5 p.m. 25-18, 25-17, Gallia Academy over Unioto in 2 sets.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Once they turned it on, they were able to really get it going. I thought we saw a little bit of that balance that we've been highlighting throughout today. Thought Barnes was able to really get it going there from the outside, Piper Pugh as well, and then the size of Frazier and Clark there in the middle. But, yeah, Grayson Clark doing a good job of spreading it out. I was impressed with Rice, some of the back row play there. I thought Bennett, as always, I thought she served well. So good win for Gallia Academy. Again, with Unioto, I wouldn't look too far into that. I saw some things I like, and I think they'll grow from it, and they'll be better forward here in the long run. So we'll see how the rest of the day plays out.
Once again, Gallia Academy and Unioto will play each other again on August 22nd over at Gallia Academy High School. And looks like we're a few minutes away from our second matchup here on the Marshall Court. Looks like we're going to have Adena, and I believe we're going to have Adena and Logan set to get underway here on the Marshall Court. These are two teams that both made it to regional play last season. Adena made it to the Elite Eight. Logan, winning their second straight district title, made it to the Sweet 16 in Division II a season ago.
Yeah, obviously good programs. That's why they've advanced to this round here today, and be interesting to see that, again, teams that hit by graduation a little bit, going to have some new faces, some new pieces of the puzzle to fit in. So not watching what is near finished product here today, but you're certainly going to see some of that talent and some of that potential that we're referencing.
Well, we'll take a quick break, come back and get you ready for game 2, Logan and Adena. We'll also hear from Unioto head coach Gavin Patterson.
Real local support from real people who are happy to talk to you. And switch now for your first month free. Faster, more reliable fiber internet with real local support. Glow Fiber, simply brilliant.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Back here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here in Gallipolis, set for game 2 of our bracket round. Logan and Adena warming up on the Marshall court right now after an entertaining first game between Gallia Academy and Unioto. 2 more great programs to get set here and play game 2 of our bracket round. And again, want to give another huge shout out to Robbie Pugh and Tyler Twyman here at the Root. And now, Shayne, once again, we have another special guest to join us on set. We're going to be joined by Unioto head coach Gavin Patterson, who's entering his 2nd season as head coach of the Shermans. Coach, thank you for joining us. I know your day comes to an end after a battle with a great Gallia Academy team. You'll see them in the regular season, but first, I just wanted to ask you, how's the offseason been, and what steps has your team been taking transitioning from last year to this year?
It's been awesome. I mean, we've had a lot of kids showing up in the gym. We get around 35 kids, so a lot of great competition. Also 2 kids pushing each other. I know there's a lot of them that are here today that are putting in work outside of open gyms, just going to the gym, working with some trainers and stuff, and also going to camps and clinics. So they're a group that works hard, and they want it.
Coach, you kind of had a unique roster where you graduated about half, you turn about half, you know what I mean? And there's some holes there. So, when you think of Stanley and DePoy passing, and, I know Frump served a little bit, Detweiler and Patterson and White, that's just off the top of my head. I might have missed on the hitting. So there's things to fill there too. How's that been going? I know a lot of times Unioto is a school where you kind of younger kid maybe waiting their turn a little bit. Take us through a little bit of that in terms of how you feel you've been able to fill some of those holes.
Yeah, I mean, that junior class is stellar. We started 5 sophomores last year. They returned this year as juniors with a year of experience, and then we got, I think, 2 or 3 other juniors that are coming up and making some big plays out there. Jordan Stark serving, Kaylee Sievers coming in and doing some blocking and hitting for us. Big thing is Corey Grubbs got a little bit of playing time last year, and we've kind of pulled the ripcord on her as a sophomore, and she has the green light to kind of go up there and swing and can be a big difference maker.
I wanted to follow up on that. I was touching on that a little bit during the match there. Obviously, Gallia was serving at you tough a little bit. You're out of system. Maybe weren't getting as many swings as I think you're going to get as you get a little clean some things up. She's a really big piece of the puzzle. Talk to us a little bit about what she could bring to your offensive attack from the outside there.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you've watched her, it's power. She swings on that ball, and she aims for the hands. A lot of times it falls in, too. And then we kind of balance her out with Libby Anderson on there, and she's more of our consistent outside. But as you can tell, she's taking some big rips at the ball, too. We knew last year a big point of emphasis was we can only score out of the middle. And when you're out of system playing these great teams, you got to have some people on the outside that can put the ball away. Yeah. So I'm really proud of those 2. I mean, they put in a ton of work on the offseason. They came in the gym, worked with me, and also coachability. They listen to everything we say. They're buying in, and I think it's translating out there.
Coach, I know obviously this point in the offseason, your roster that you're going to have out there isn't 100% set yet, but when you were telling me about the players that you were going to have down here today, I noticed there's a lot of juniors, which means you got a lot coming back, but looking at the future of your program, you're going to have a lot to work with next year. And just what does it mean to know that you have that depth. You have those people that, they have experience, but there's a lot more experience to be gained, and there's still a lot more room to improve from here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very involved in the club scene, and that's part of the reason I wanted to come back to Unioto. I knew there was some young talent that still hasn't even entered high school. Our 8th graders were here yesterday, and they didn't drop a set, and they have some talent that I think is going to even help us out next year, returning all those juniors. But we have some freshmen this year, too. I mean, it's a competitive gym. So I didn't bring a freshman today, but I'm sure if you ask them, they think they should be out here. So, again, it just pushes the kids. And I think it's making our upperclassmen stay on their toes and keep pushing to get better.
When you think of the stability of what you return, I think we got to talk a little bit about Puckett leading the passing, and then obviously Batson in terms of quarterbacking it all. Talk to us about those two and how important they'll be just to the consistency of your group.
Yeah, in the beginning of the summer, we played around with some libero stuff, but I think at the end of the day, it's Kylie Puckett all day. And I pushed her in the beginning and kind of pushed her to be like Stanley, but we talked very openly at the end of June, kind of making the role your own. It's a new kid. It's a new time to shine. And she's a hustler. She's gritty. She's fiery. I mean, she's the obvious leader out there. She gets the kids fired up. And then with Kinsley, I mean, main thing that comes to mind, consistent. Yeah. She is an even-keeled kid. She keeps our hitters looking good in a good spot. And actually, in the offseason this year, she got lucky to play on a national team as a libero, not a setter. So we're kind of just looking at her 2 months in, not even coming off of a whole club season of setting. So we're still trying to find that hitter-setter connection, but I think it's getting better each game we have. And we got a Zane Trace tournament and a Circle Bell tournament before we go to tryouts and then our scrimmages. So I think it's only going to get better before we meet Gallia again.
Coach, my last thing is just coming down here today, getting to experience the route and getting to play against this high-level competition. Just what does it mean to have your kids come down here to an excellent facility like the route and just get to come get some reps and get better, but also to experience playing at a facility that's been so beneficial to the improvement of our athletes here in Southeast Ohio?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I'm an Adena kid, so I grew up under Laura, and watching volleyball grow has been amazing. I mean, 5 years ago, I think, even when I was just graduating, there's never been an event like this. And to have you guys come down and cover our athletes and coaches, and there's 20 teams in one spot, all kind of competing, it's how you get better. I mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So I think pushing our kids to come down here and compete, and that's exactly what they did. That was our goal out there, but versus Gallia was kind of, the beginning was get to 15. Well, then we got to 15. All right, now the goal's 20. Chip away at it. So it means everything. I mean, I think it's a great event, and I think that the level of talent it's there.
My last thing is just to have an opportunity to highlight the SVC real quick. Obviously, Unioto Adena are names that jump right out. We were talking on the way down here. We think Zane Trace is a sneaky good there at the top. Talk to us just a little bit about the depth. That conference year in, year out, obviously the results speak for itself.
Yeah.
But obviously quite a challenge. It gets everybody ready for the postseason.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason, too. I originally started at Southeastern and went back to Unioto. I wanted to be in the SVC. I think it's the toughest volleyball conference in Southern Ohio. I think a lot of those D5 schools make it far in the tournament because they're prepared from our conference play. Last year, we even had that sneaky loss at the end of Westfall, so you can never take a night off. And I think that Adena, us, Huntington, Zane Trace, I mean, Westfall, Southeastern's over there competing. So I think it's going to be a tough run once we get in.
Hey, appreciate it. Best of luck to you.
Yes.
Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us here.
Thank you guys so much.
You, Coach. That was Unioto head coach Gavin Patterson joining us on set after his team competed against Gallia Academy here at the Root. Shayne, last season in Coach Patterson's first season at Unioto, again, 18-5, second place finish in the SEC. They bring a boatload of talent back this season. A lot to look forward to in year 2 of Coach Patterson's tenure at Unioto.
I like what he was saying there because the consistency. There's a couple things you can really hang your hat on. You know, when you consider the ability for Kylie Puckett to step in and pass the volleyball, I think that's something you hang your hat on. Obviously, Bat's in there at the setter position, running the 5-1 attack. She's really, really good. You've got the likes of Dennis there at the net. He talked about Anderson getting a little bit more involved on the outside. Then you start to bring in some of the newer pieces as well. I think it's going to blend together. Give that Unioto team another month or two. He mentioned a couple tournaments they have left before they even get into their actual preseason. let's reevaluate them here a month or two from now. I think that group's going to look completely different.
Yeah, this is a Unioto team. Again, we've talked about Adena, Unioto, St. Trace. We even talked a little bit off air about, Huntington maybe being a team that can make some noise throughout the SVC, and they're gonna look to really compete for that top spot in the Scioto Valley Conference this fall. One of the top, if not the top conference for volleyball in our coverage area.
Well, I think it certainly makes that argument in terms of its depth, because what happens is you see so many teams that finish 4, 5, 6, even 7, 8 over the years. We've watched the bottom half of the SVC go out and beat some other conference champions. We've watched some bottom teams even finishing as low as 6, 7, or 8 go on to a district final type appearance in their respective divisions. So I think the SVC, when they make that comment, I think probably their biggest argument comes from the depth of the conference, not just the elite talent that's obviously at the very top.
Let's look a little bit into this next game we're about to have, Logan and Adena. Obviously, we know a lot about Adena, but let's look at Logan, because I think the story here has been one of a kind. When you look at volleyball in the Southeast District, Logan, the biggest school in the Southeast District, they're the only Southeast school that plays competition in Division II. So in their tournament, they don't get to play other Southeast teams. They go to the Central District and compete against some of the biggest schools in the state of Ohio. And for the last 2 seasons, they brought home district titles in Division II in the Central District.
Yeah, Logan's a team with an enrollment over the years. I don't want to speak for them, but I would say we always talk about how we think the 7 divisions changes for divisions 5 and 6 and 7. I would make the argument that the biggest change comes from your Chillicothe, your Logans, those types of schools there. Logan getting a chance to play more in a Division II or Division III setting here in years to come, depending on what the enrollment does. But this probably protects them to stay out of that Division I, which, let's face it, before you start getting stuck as a smaller Division I, you're playing schools with 1,000 kids more than you. So I think Logan's a great example. Obviously, the 19-7 a year ago, really, really good team, but I'm excited to see what some of the changes will bring to them in terms of, I know they're looking to make some conference change. They're looking to make some different change throughout their schedule. I think that's exciting for them.
And you talked about conference changes. I believe Logan is, I think at the end of this year, going into next year, they are looking to transition from the Ohio Capital Conference to the MSL and play with the likes of Circleville, Logan Elm, Bloom Carroll, kind of teams we've talked about already today.
Well, you and I were talking on the way down here. I think it's exciting for our coverage area. Anytime we can get a Bloom Carroll, get a Logan, get some of those things involved here, that's good. It's like we're about ready to get set here with our second bracket play. Really enjoyed that Gallia Academy Unioto getting a chance to see, as Carson said, 2 schools coming off a really nice year.
You and John got to see Adena last season in the regional final. They fell to a New Lexington team that was on a pretty nice run
really
themselves.
Good team. Yeah.
Evelyn Ramsey will send things away for Adena. Game 2 of the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series bracket play on the Marshall Court. A nice set and a soft touch into the middle of the floor for Adena gives Logan the first points of the afternoon.
Yeah, really quick action. That just ended up unfolding a little quicker than the Adena block was ready for.
Service error gives Adena a point. That'll send Kimmy Dalton to the service line for Adena. Kimmy Dalton, the reigning SVC Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, really, really good. If you're not familiar with Adena, you'll really enjoy watching her play the back row here today. Just an outstanding talent.
A nice play on the far side of the floor for Logan. Give them a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here early, Carson, is just the speed of the game for some of the youth for Adena at the net. Logan swinging away there at a somewhat of an empty net. Makes life pretty difficult for that back row.
There's Dalton, the set, and trying to go into it for Adena, unable to get there. 3-1 Logan. Nice block there. Dalton underneath it. Dalton lost it over. And a nice play to get another point for the Chieftains. Lily Buckaloo with the kill for the Chieftains. 4-1 Logan. A nice set and a good response there by Adena. JC Jones getting the Warriors back into the service. That'll send Allie Bossert back to the line.
Yeah, nice job of Adena there in the serve receive getting on target, and there Jones making a nice play at the net as well.
Jones using her height to get up there, drop it in for a point. Bossert sends it over. Nice set, lossing it over for Logan. And Adena answers right back. 3 straight points, ties things up at 4.
Yeah, I just think this is such a great experience for these Adena kids. Obviously, the level of volleyball they play all summer. I know they take their trip down to the beach and they do some different things, but it really exposes some of these young kids to the level and the speed they got to get to.
There's another point for Adena, and a nice set there by Allie Bossert to give Carissa Jones an opportunity to go make the play. Adena in the lead 5-4 before Bossert sends it into the net, ties things up at 5. Allie Horn will go to the service line for Logan. Logan under the lead of first-year head coach Casey Kern. As Adena takes the lead right back, JC Jones with the kill to give the Warriors the lead back.
Yeah, Adena starting to fall in a little bit more comfort zone of getting some passes on target. And Jones is someone who really is primed for a breakout year. She's going to get far more swings now, obviously, as the number 1 option for Adena.
JC Jones sends it over for Adena. Bossert tried to go make the play. There were a couple Warriors that let that ball drop in between them. We're tied up at 6. Addie Hennestoffel will now serve for the Chieftains. The honorable mention, all OCC selection. Nice save there. Dalton sends it over. That ball got a piece of the net, but took a weird bounce and lands for a Logan point, 7-6. Hennestoffel back to the service line. Casey Kern takes over the Logan program for his older brother, Chris, as he left to go be the head coach at Division II Glenville State.
Yeah, obviously high level coaching there a year ago, and hopefully that'll give a little bit of some sort of consistency as they transition over. Still some nice talent returning here for sure.
This is a Logan program that they've won, competing in Division II, competing in the Ohio Capital Conference. They've won 40 games over the past 2 years. And when you look at them playing your teams like Newark, Pick Central, Lancaster, Reynoldsburg, to win 40 games in 2 years, that is nothing short of impressive.
Well, it really is. And then, as you talked about, them getting an opportunity now moving forward, maybe in some conference realignment or some within the divisions and where their enrollment might take them. I just think it gives a great opportunity for the future of the Logan Athletic Department.
Logan trying to answer right back, gets a point, makes it 9-8 Adena.
Yeah, again, just not enough size there on that outside. If they're able to push that all the way out there and attack, it's really, really a tough challenge for the block to get all the way out there.
Bree Edgar to serve. And Bossert saves it out of the net. A little hot potato there. A little back and forth. Adena couldn't get it over the net.
Yeah, go try to push it back into a spot, I think. And nice job by Logan, presence of mind there to get up quick at the net and send it right back at him.
Bossert with a nice set for Jones, but unable to convert. Chieftains now with a 10-9 lead in the first set. Logan answers with another point right there. I like the play from Logan Libero, Allie Horn, just making things happen on the defensive end and setting up her team to go score.
Well, it's great energy, and you can tell Logan's just playing with a little bit more pace than Adena right now, and it's really catching a little bit of the youth of Adena off guard. There's a nice little adjustment there to keep everybody honest. And, Adena's been able to hang in there to this point. Let's see if they can find something in their service game that can maybe offset some of the size and athleticism of Logan at the net.
Bossert with the point for Adena. Courtney Sowers sends it over for the Warriors. A nice touch rolled around the net. And a good recovery by Adena.
And Mia Free with a nice effort there to keep the ball alive.
Taylor Wadworth tools the block for Logan. Gets them back into the service, 12-10 Chieftains. Far side, good block by Adena, now trying to recover. And there's another point for the Warriors. As Peyton Leemaster dumps it over for a point.
Yeah, I was talking about a couple of kids on the Unioto roster earlier being key parts. I think Leemaster probably is that player that I would that jumps out at me on the Adena roster, Carson, in terms of someone they really need to take a next step. With Burns lost to graduation, Jones is going to step up offensively and get a lot of swings, look to have a lot of production. If they can get Leemaster to provide a little bit of offense as well, I think that would be a big, big lift.
Yeah, this is, we talked about this when we first started, about how Adena has to replace the likes of a Katie Burns and some of the other experienced vets in this program, but they've got a lot of returning talent that can go out and put together a nice team. This Adena squad looking to make another huge run in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think this is a big factor too, the ability to serve it from all 6 spots of the rotation. That could be something that could really offset some of the, I don't know the word I would use, some of the weakness that Adena is going to maybe have at the net early on while they continue to grow a little bit and find some experience.
Knotted up at 13, Taylor Wadsworth fires it over for Logan. Back and forth action. Nice block dug up by Dalton. Jones tips it over. Now Logan on the attack. And a little too much heat on that kill attempt gives the Warriors a serve back. And Dalton will go to the line.
Good opportunity here for Adena as they go up 1 and have Dalton back there on the line to see if they can open up a little bit of an advantage here.
Far side going opposite way. Great effort by Dalton for the dig. Now Adena trying to finish off the point. Allie Horn with the dig for Logan. Nice set. Jones tips it over. Ramsey saves it back line. Here's Dalton. A set and a nice sweet spot kill by Lily Buckaloo. dropping that thing in no man's land.
Well, you really had some good defense back and forth there, led by the liberos, Horn on the one side, Dalton on the other. That's what Adena is able to do sometimes, just keep the ball off the floor, but eventually the talent of Logan able to get a swing.
Lila Kern sent it over for Logan, the first team All-OCC selection. Free ball from Adena. Now a set and a nice touch into the net. And Adena gets it over. Knotted up at 14 here in set one. And Logan takes the lead right back. Rylan Enderly with the point for the Chieftains.
Yeah, I've just been real impressed with their ability to spread the ball out up and down the net, coming at you with 3-4 different hitters.
A service ace by Lila Kern. Logan in front by 2. Kern, again, the first team All-OCC selection. Been getting some reps at the service line, but a great setter, great passer as well. A season high 45 assists in a game against Newark last season.
Yeah, big time talent. Can really impact the game in a lot of different ways.
That ball right underneath our table here. Good thing I had a good read on that ball. I probably could have caught that if there wasn't a whole table and streaming setup in front of me. I always like being floor level at these games, whether it be volleyball, basketball. It just makes you feel like you're part of the action.
Yeah, it really does. What I like about it too, it is, especially at an event like this, when you're trying to get a feel for the different teams, is it gives you a true sense of size, length, athleticism, the speed of the game. Yeah, you can't beat this. Obviously, it goes back to the incredible people here at the Root and the way they had us set up.
Once again, a huge shout out to Robbie Pugh and Tyler Twyman here at the Root for having us down here today. And Adena getting right back into this one. JC Jones fires one into the middle of the floor, 17-16 Logan.
Yeah, really finding some good rhythm there in that particular rotation. Jones able to go get right on top for setter and run some quick action, all made possible by a good pass on target.
Bossert, the set. Block double team by Logan, but the second effort by Adena ties this at 17.
Great job by Dalton, always in the right spot, good quick reaction, keeps that ball off the floor, gives her hitter another chance.
A double block, Logan tooling it to get another point.
Yeah, again, that's the ball that's really giving Adena fits, that ball that's getting all the way outside. We're having enough trouble just getting the block up in the middle in terms of the speed of the game, certainly not getting to the outside in time.
Allie Horn, the libero, sends it away. Bossert the set. Here's Jones. Jones fires it in, and Logan has no answer. The connection from Allie Bossert to JC Jones has been working out quite well for Coach Smith and the Warriors.
Yeah, serve receive's been on target. And again, I like how Jones is going to the setter, and Logan's just really struggled to get their block there on time and force Bossert to go somewhere else.
Bossert again to Jones for the kill. Adena scores off the deflection, 19-18. Adena, JC Jones sends it away. And Logan again has no answer.
Again, Jones really impacting the match in a lot of ways. We watched her trip across the front row and how much she impacted. Now with the serve.
How will Logan answer? That's how they do it. Addy Hennestoffel fires one in there. Cut it back to 2019.
Yeah, Horn kind of settles everybody down with a good pass on target. And then once they get that, obviously, Logan with all kinds of ability at the net, back within one.
Addy Hennestoffel, third on the team in kills a season ago. Is Bossert the set? Logan trying to tie this one up at 20. That's not going to work right there. Just couldn't quite get it over the net.
Yeah, much better job. Even though the ball was hit into the net, the double block that gets up there that gives the hitter something to look at certainly helps. And I thought that was a little better job of Adena reacting to the speed of the play.
For the free ball. Bossert the set. Nice recovery there by Logan. Horn the libero for Logan, directing traffic. Bossert again. Nice set. And the play is blown dead. They'll give a point to Adena, 22-19. And we'll have a timeout. 22-19 Adena here in the opening set as they pulled a 3-point lead over Logan. Just good back and forth action here. Love the play of both liberos. We talked about it a little bit. Horn for Logan, Kimmy Dalton for Adena.
Well, it's just so important to have that energy, to have that experience back there in the back row. We've heard multiple coaches today talk about the ability to win the start of the play, right? Either the serve or the serve receive. And we've watched that there. Jones has been able to get going in the middle because passes have been on target. She's been able to go to her setter. Same way on the other side. Pass gets on target. Logan can come at you at multiple places at the net. Now at 22-19, this has been some of the best momentum Adena has experienced here in this particular set. Let's see if they can finish it off or if Logan will have a response out of the timeout.
Winner of this matchup will face Gallia Academy. Bossert, a nice set.
Mia Free going down the line there for Adena. Finds the back corner.
Mia Free, new to this Adena program, played at Paint Valley last season. Looking to contribute for Coach Smith and the Warriors as they, again, expectations always through the roof out in Frankfurt as Adena now serving with set point.
Yeah, nice job out of the timeout there, Adena. Going on the attack. Now the chance to take the set.
And Ramsey with the service ace to give Adena a 25-19 first set win over Logan in game 2 of the bracket round of the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here at the Root. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back for set number 2. Adena looking to close it out against Logan. You're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Since 1853, Tomlinson Insurance has been protecting families, farms, and businesses in our community. As an independent agency, we offer personalized coverage for your auto, home, farm, and business, plus health and life insurance too. And we proudly partner with Erie Insurance to give you peace of mind with reliable coverage at competitive rates. Tomlinson Insurance. Let our history be your future. Call us today at 740-773-4181 or visit us at tomlinsonins.com.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by Willie and Son Trucking. Willie and Son Trucking has been a proud supporter of local student athletes, coaches, and athletic programs throughout its history. Be sure to look out for the Shack Athlete of the Week presented by Willie and Son Trucking each week at sosaohio.com.
Back here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center in Gallipolis, game 2 of the bracket stage here in the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series. Adena holding a set lead over Logan, a 25-19 set win for the Warriors. Pretty competitive first set in this second matchup we've gotten to see today.
Yeah, some good back and forth. I thought when the passing was on target, I thought we watched both teams get a chance to go to some of their go-tos. I thought the speed of the game early on favored Logan a little bit. I thought it caught Adena a little bit off guard. I thought Adena adjusted well. I thought their front row play was way better down the stretch in terms of getting some resistance up at the net defensively and then finding more than just Jones there out of the middle. Lee Master provided a little bit of offense. Mia Free with a big swing down the line. And then, of course, the thing you're always going to be able to hang your hat on is the ability of Dalton in the back row and then the experience at the setter position.
It'll be Logan with first serve here in the second set. It'll be Taylor Wadsworth to get us going here. Set number 2. Here's Jones firing one in. Logan trying to answer. They just do. Dalton with the dig. And a block by Logan to give them the first point of set two.
Yeah, nice job. Logan really showing its size. Pretty good swing there on the outside for Adena. Dalton was even there underneath, but unfortunately, a little friendly fire hit it first and ball went to the floor.
That ball just catching the inside of that back line. Lily Buckaloo with the kill for Logan. Chieftains out to an early 2-0 lead in set number two.
Start of these sets are always interesting to me in terms of the momentum from one set to another. You know, Adena kind of pushes there at the end and gets one. So you expect Logan to come out with a little bit more fire. And I think the ability for Adena to answer that will be important. Let's see how the first 5-6 serves play out here.
Wadsworth missing on that serve. 2-1 Logan. Kimmy Dalton will send it away for Adena. Their first serve of the second set. A battle at the net. It's going to be won by Logan. And Buckaloo using her height to get up there, just drop it down with two hands. Lila Kern to serve it over. The set, Jones on the attack. Jones tooling the block to her advantage.
Yeah, Jones working there in the middle and getting a lot of room to operate. Just does a really good job of offsetting some of that size by some of her creative shot making, the ability to create some different angles.
Allie Bossert, who serves, recovers it for Adena. The violation by Adena gives a point to Logan. 4-2 Chieftains. Allie Horn now at the service line. Here's Bossert, dumps it over. Bossert finds that sweet spot for an Adena point.
Yeah, good vision, good hands, the ability to wait as long as possible. And what that does is it just keeps everybody honest there and kind of slows down that incredible size in terms of the blocking of Logan.
Bossert the set. Logan answering right back. There's 5-3 Chieftains.
Yeah, great quick set in the middle. Block late to get there, open net. That's easy money there for Logan.
Credit Estelle Anderson with the kill. Only a sophomore incoming for this Logan program. Bossert the set. Ramsey going up for the kill, just missing there.
Response here from Logan coming off losing that first set, comes right back and jumps out in front, gets the early momentum here in the second set.
And that, I think that just comes with the experience that Logan has as a program. Again, playing in Division II, playing in the OCC against the Pickerington Centrals and the Newarts and the Canal Winchesters. You're playing against these bigger schools in the highest level of competition in the state. You know, obviously this is a summer exhibition game, but you know, playing those teams, having experience against those bigger schools prepares you for moments like these.
No question about it.
Bossert, the free ball dug up. Back line, Horn. Now opposite side, kill by Logan.
Nice long rally. That's a pretty good defense on both sides. And, you know, a lot of times that's what's happened with Adena over the years. They'll defensively keep the ball off the floor. Sometimes they'll lack a little bit of that offensive ability to put it away. But they truly can outlast you on some of those long rallies.
Addie Hennestoffel at the service line gets the ace for Logan. 8-3 Chieftains. Hennestoffel sends it over again. Bossert the dump. Bossert almost found a spot, and Logan has no answer. It's a good volleyball IQ play there by Allie Bossert, knowing where to put that one where Logan was going to have a hard time getting there.
Yeah, no question about it. Again, the ability to to kind of see the game, have the game slow down to where you can see your spot.
Ramsey back at the service line for Adena, trying to claw their way back into the set. And just missing on the serve there. Point goes back to Logan.
Yeah, big momentum play there. You feel like you stop the bleeding a little bit, but then you give it right back, and Logan keeps that 4-point cushion.
Edgar, the defensive specialist, serves one up and gets a service ace, just getting it inside that back line.
Yeah, big time serve there, hit the spot. Logan kind of threatening to open this second set up a little bit. Now doubling the Warriors up at 10-5.
132 digs, good enough for third on the team last year for the sophomore. Now back-to-back service aces for Edgar.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of being able to spot the serve. You know what happens, Carson, sometimes with a big swing, you know, there's only, you don't really feel comfortable going out of the middle of the court. If you're able to pick on some different spots of the serve receive, then you can really start to exploit some weaknesses. I always say, like, if I was playing against Adena, I'd try to serve to someone not named Kimmy Dalton. I always say she's wearing the different collared shirt back here. Serve it someone else.
Edgar again to serve. Lost it over Bossert. The set, here's Jones. Fires it back, dug up by Horn. Now Wadsworth launches one into the back line, just a little too much.
Yeah, I like the aggressive swing. I think Logan's come out far more aggressive, and as a result, they've made some things happen here in the early going. And Adena maybe been back on the heels a little bit.
Logan right there to respond with another point. Estelle Anderson, the rising sophomore, gets up there and knocks it down.
Yeah, going to be a big breakout season, I feel like, for Anderson, her ability.
Having a Adena timeout, the Warriors trailing 13-6. As, again, I mentioned this earlier, expectations always through the roof in Frankfurt, and with the team they got this year, you know, you're getting some good experience. You know, they've already played Gallia Academy today. They've already played Bloom Carroll today. They have already played Meadowbrook. They're playing a pretty good Logan program right now, but no reason for expectations to not be right back where they've been in seasons past.
And no question. It's just, again, that's just the way it's going to be. I mean, in terms of, you know, you graduate someone the talent of a Burns, and that you're going to feel that in any program. And the Dean is no different in that aspect, but the difference is their player development is going to just bring more and more people along. So you see the growth of Jones, you see the growth of Lee Master. They'll throw in some other younger hitters, and then their defense, their overall passing and setting will give them a chance to be very, very good. Been all Logan here in the second set. See if Adena's got any late rally in them.
And that one spiked into the net there. Not exactly what you want if you're Adena. You know, Logan, at this point, you just got to figure out how to close out this set. (15-6) Chieftains. Wadsworth far side. A good block there by Lily Buckaloo. Logan with it now. Wadsworth again far side, and this time Wadsworth cashes in.
Yeah, just been so impressed with the Logan's ability to go up and down the net, outside, middle, and opposite. Doesn't really matter. They've really been able to come with the balance attack, and it's kind of had Adena about a half second late to several block blocking attempts, and as a result, Logan's really started to take over the second set.
Gallia Academy awaiting the winner as an attack error by Adena pushes Logan's lead to 11. Violent Enderly sends it over. Adena just looking for something to stop the bleeding. Wadsworth again. Far side a little too much on that one. Lead now up to 12 for Logan. Mia Free just couldn't find the spot there. Edgar the dig, the dump, and another point for the Chieftains. This run continues as Lila Kern dumps it over with 2 hands.
Yeah, they're going to have a timeout here, and just a good teaching moment for Coach Smith here is just kind of, I think what happened is Logan, didn't finish that first set very well. Give Dean a lot of credit. I thought they were able to spurt 3 or 4 key plays together to win that first set. Then I thought that ended up getting Logan's attention. I thought right from the start, I thought they'd come out with far more aggressive nature here in this second set, and it's been all Logan to this point. It looks like we're on our way to being tied 1-1.
Once again, Gallia Academy awaiting the winner of this matchup here on the Marshall Court. It'll be the semifinal of our bracket play, and then the winner of that game will face the winner of play on one of our other courts. Again, we have the Marshall Court right here in front of us, but we've got, off your camera behind us, we've got 4 more courts where volleyball has been being played all day long. Certainly made for a great day of action all around here at the Root.
Yeah, again, trying to put some pictures out on social media. Try to give people an idea just how much different action, and it's kind of cool. You can go upstairs and kind of look out over the entire facility and watch it all.
You can see all 5 games if you want to. As there's another kill by Logan. Taylor Wadsworth having herself a day.
Getting some good food. I noticed you may or may not have already visited some of the concessions over there.
I did, and it looks like our Brock Netter behind us has also made his way over to the concession stand as well.
Yeah, so.
Also, we noticed when we were pulling in a lot of restaurants, some coffee shops just outside the parking lot. Got a nice little setup here in Gallipolis.
Well, I made the comment, a lot of those businesses have to just love a facility like this. Yeah, he was talking to us earlier about the junior high was down here yesterday, and then now here's the high school, and they've got this big, basketball event coming up this week. So this is a place that just brings people down, and they're here all day. So, they're looking to get out and eat and so forth. So it's an awesome thing, even for the community, in terms of the number of people that I'm sure it brings down here. Good 5-6 days a week.
Buckaloo tried to fire it in. Good effort by Dalton for the dig. This Logan front line not backing down to anything. That ball falling just in front of Allie Horn for an Adena point. Give the point to Kelsey Brown.
Yeah, Brown, another young hitter. It's going to be really important for Adena to just find a balance of offense, find some different places they can go to for offense up and down the net.
Well, on the save, there's Brown again. A nice save in the back line by Bree Edgar, but not enough. A nice little 4-0 run here for Adena.
Like Brown's adjustment there. He's able to go a little bit deeper with that one. A little bit of life for Adena out of the timeout. Maybe too much of a hole to come out of here, but certainly just playing better out of the timeout, which, again, is very important for a young group to just learn how to get some consistency.
Good effort here by Logan to get it back. Here's Brown for Adena. Gets it over the block. Edgar the dig. Dalton the set fired into the net by Lee Master, and that'll give Logan the serve back. It'll send Wadsworth back to the service line. 21-10 Logan.
Yeah, the setter had to come in and take the first ball. Dalton tried to give the hitter a chance, but the hitter was kind of stuck going after that first ball and not really in position to swing.
Brown sends it over, dug up by Horn. Now Wadsworth again. Wadsworth with some firepower. Dalton to Brown. Brown finds a spot opposite side.
Yeah, nice job there. They attacked the setter again. Again, it was Dalton using the bump. At that time, Brown ready. So Brown kind of having a nice little run here during her trip across the front row.
Some heat on that attempt there by Logan. A nice soft touch there by Adena to get a point back for the Warriors. Dalton will go to the service line, and like what I've seen from Adena here late in this second set, obviously down a bunch, but not going down without a fight. And, you know, anything can happen whether we go to a third set or not.
Yeah, certainly way better. I go back to the timeout by Coach Smith, and we were talking about just wanted to regroup a little bit and say, look, beyond the scoreboard here, let's just play with a little bit more energy and a little bit, more to our own standard. And they've been able to do that. Now 21-13, we're going to have a timeout on the other side. And I'd say a similar conversation is going to take place over there in terms of, hey, we've played a really good set. How about we finish this off here and push 4 more points and not let up.
Shayne, we've talked to Ashton Webb from Gallia Academy. We've talked to head coach Leslie Hamman of Chillicothe. We got to talk to Tyler Twyman, who has helped us get set up here, helped us make this possible here at the Root. I want to thank him along with Robbie Pugh. We also got to talk to Kyle McFerrin, the head coach of Bloom Carroll, and Gavin Patterson, Unioto's head coach. I believe here later on we're going to hear from Ricky Hinshaw, the head coach of the Waverly Tigers. But that's been another nice thing about today, just getting to add a nice little wrinkle to our broadcast, getting to hear from some coaches, some admin. Maybe we'll get a player or two on here before the end of the day, but just overall just adds to what a great day we've had. Nice setup here at the Root, and just great volleyball all around.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of after as Dalton records the ace there. We were hoping to just have the opportunity to call a little bit of the normal stream that we would together, but then change it up a little bit and have some people on and make it a little bit more of a preview coverage. Because again, it's July. We're not even to real practice yet. Some of these rosters are still not official. So yeah, it's been a great day. I still think some of the best volleyball's ahead of us.
21-15, Logan Kimmy Dalton at the service line again for Adena. Horn the dig. The setup here is Buckaloo going for the kill, but just missing on the near side.
Now all of a sudden you start looking up there, 21-16, and you feel like, hey, if we could push a few more here, we could really put ourselves in a position to maybe steal one. If you're Logan, you want to stop the bleeding right now.
Overpass by Horn. Going to set for Jones, blocked by Lily Buckaloo, standing tall in the middle.
Yeah, Buckaloo, that's a big play there because Adena got a lot of what they wanted, and the solo block in the middle really stops the bleeding. You're talking 21-17 if that goes down instead, 22-16. Big play.
Hennestoffel gets it over. Set by Adena. Brown lofts it over, just misses backside. Now Logan 2 sets away from tying this, 2 points away rather, from tying this up at a set apiece. Horn the dig. Just set Hennestoffel going for it. Just a little too far. But I like the action there from Logan.
Yeah, I really do. I've been real impressed with the overall play of Hearn. Really talented.
I'll send Allie Bossert to the service line for Adena. She's had a nice day, both serving and passing. As Adena gets a point there as Logan can't get it over in time. Warriors still hanging in there in set number 2.
Yeah, one more opportunity to push here if they could win 3 or 4 more straight serves.
Hennestoffel just gets it over. Bossert the set. Free far side. Nice dive. Buckaloo tried to go up and high point that one, just couldn't get it over. 23-19 Logan. Bossert to serve again. Hennestoffel to dig. Now sends it back over. Grab onto the net to save herself from crashing into that wall over there far side. Now set point for Logan, 24-19. The libero senior Allie Horn will serve it away. Horn lost it. Bossert the set. There's Jones dig by Kern. Near side, just missing on that one. It keeps Adena alive.
Yeah, good defensive effort from Kern, but it did get Logan out of system just a little bit. And Adena survives a set point.
Rylan Enderly missing on that one. Logan staying with it. Opposite side, Dalton saving it. Adena gets it over. Horn the set, the dump. And another mishap there by Logan, unable to get it over. As Enderly sends it into the net.
Yeah, no quit here in Adena.
JC Jones to serve. A nice set. Going for the kill, Dalton the free ball. Horn the dig. Near side, a block. And point goes to Logan. As this matchup is tied at a set apiece, a winner take all set three. 25-21, a race to 15 in set number 3. When we return, you're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series at the Root Sports and Fitness Center on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Back here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center in Gallipolis, this second matchup tied at 1 set apiece. Carson Francis and Shayne Combs with you. Shayne, Logan with a 25-21 set win in the second set against Adena, forcing a winner-take-all set 3. A good response there from the Chieftains in set 2.
Really good response. Started right from the get-go. Adena had some life there in the middle of the set and in the back half of the set, but you could tell Logan comes out with far more urgency and evens everything up at 1. So now let's see how both teams respond. Again, this is part of all that growth that we've been talking about in terms of how you respond to each of these situations that you're in.
Winner will play Gallia Academy in the semifinal here on the Marshall Court. You know, we've talked about this again, a good back and forth matchup between a pair of programs that, you know, have some pretty high expectations. Logan coming off back-to-back district titles. Adena, you know, if you're from our coverage area, you just need to hear that they're Adena. But some great preseason experience going up against some high-level competition to get you ready for the regular season.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think that's the thing with Logan is, you know, Logan's not going to be intimidated in terms of when you consider what they face, you know, throughout the entire year.
JC Jones tried to go opposite way for Adena, just missing on that one. As Taylor Wadsworth will go to the service line for Logan again. It's a best of 3 set in this event, so a winner take all set 3 race to 15. As Brown gets it over with the reverse. Gonna set Buckaloo meeting Jones at the net. Dalton the free ball. Horn back line. Nice fire, unable to answer is Adena. Addie Hennestoffel with the kill for Logan, 2-0 Chieftains.
Yeah, big time swing from the senior on the outside there.
Wadsworth to serve it again. There's Brown going for it, blocked at the net. Lily Buckaloo, the incoming freshman. We've been saying her name a lot today.
Well, and it's been on the defensive side. She does a great job of getting up there early, getting the hands out over the net, staying out of the net, really impacting the match defensively.
Logan again able to find a sweet spot on the other side.
And again, the urgency of Logan. It's got Adena scrambling a little bit. Great start here for Logan.
4-0 run to start the third and final set for Logan. Jones tips it over. Great effort by Horns, the libero. Edgar gets it over. Jones going up for the kill and finally gets one to fall for Adena.
Yeah, much needed there for Adena just to settle into the set. Couldn't allow it to get away much more. And now let's see if that can allow the Lady Warriors a chance to respond.
Kimmy Dalton to serve, sends it right into the net.
Yeah, uncharacteristic there of Dalton.
Lila Kern just gets it over. There's Jones, the running attempt. Buckaloo, the block. And another point for Logan. So right when it looked like Adena was kind of starting to settle in there, they got that point. Logan answers right back with 2 straight and make that 3 in a row after the ace from Lila Kern.
Yeah, you almost wonder if Adena kind of waking up there at the end of the second set didn't like refocus Logan a little bit, because Logan really the aggressor at the start of the second set, now certainly the aggressor here in the third set.
Logan and Adena, game 2 of our bracket series, as Addie Hennestoffel finds a spot on the far side. Logan more than halfway to 15 in this winner-take-all set 3. Coach Laura Smith wants a timeout. Great response here in the third set by Logan.
Yeah, everything's been a count too fast for Adena to keep up with in terms of a good pass on target, spreading the ball out. The block's been late. Logan's been getting a lot of open nets. And then obviously with some of the big time swings, Hennestoffel and then the defense of Buckaloo. And then, as I said a little earlier, if you weren't with us, Lila Kern, just an impressive all-around talent, impacting the match in a lot of different ways.
Now, this is a Logan program. Again, they won 40 games over the past 2 years. And as Casey Kern takes over at the helm of this program, you like to see how your team looks against some great competition in this preseason event. So far, so good for the Chieftains, as Adena able to chip back in right there, as they'll get right back into a service. Allie Bossert back at the line.
Yeah, I like the adjustment there to kind of move the ball away from Buckaloo a little bit, move it up and down the net, allow the hitter to create some different angles rather than just taking on the size straight on.
Bossert the set for Jones, and Jones answers.
Yeah, again, another, sometimes the adjustment's just a subtle one, just enough to offset the big block that goes up.
Bossert tried to loft it over, couldn't get it there. 9-3 Logan in set number 3.
Yeah, right idea. Just so tough. The room for error starts to get smaller when you get off to the poor start.
Pouring the serve. Dalton to Bossert to Jones. Nice dig there. Jones tried to dump it down. Here's Bossert setting one up near side, going opposite way. Wadsworth with the dig, but to no avail. And a nice recovery there by Adena. JC Jones at the service line now for the Warriors. Hennestoffel just gets it over. Adena unable to respond. As Mia Free tried to send it over, couldn't get it there. That's an Addie Hannestoffel to the service line, 10-4 Logan. Fossert, the set here's Free blocked, and it lands in front of Adena. Point Logan.
Yeah, again, Logan's size really impacting the match at the net.
Hannestoffel, the serve, a line drive for a service ace. Adena just had no answer.
Yeah, moving the ball around, picking on some different things. We talked about it earlier. You got Dalton in the middle of the serve receive. You'd like to move away from her and put pressure on some other people.
Hannestoffel, the dig. Far side, Wadsworth blocks. Adena with it. Bossert, the set. Jones backside. And just a little too much on that attempt there. Gives Adena a little bit of life. Rylan Enderly couldn't connect.
Yeah, one of the few times setter hitter not on the same page. Setter, I think, was wanting to go a little quicker again with a little lower set hitter, maybe not quite ready for it.
And that time, though, Enderly able to answer right back. Logan just 2 points away.
Yeah,
And
just
that
got
was
right
Estelle
on.
Anderson correction.
Got right on top of the setter that time. Did a good job of going to her setter.
Adena calls timeout. Logan ahead 13-5. Bree Edgar will serve when we return out of the timeout. How do you close this out if you're Logan?
Well, you just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, you're serving tough. You got Adena out of system. You've got big time advantages at the net. If you're able to pass on target and give the setter a chance to look things over, you really have all kinds of options. And been impressed with Logan's ability to kind of keep the pressure on Adena throughout the majority of the match. Adena obviously had that one nice run at the end of the first set that allowed them to play out in front in this match, but it's been all Logan since.
The Logan team that went 19-7 last season fell in the regional semifinal to White House Anthony Wayne. Looking for another terrific season this year. Bossert, the set, Free blocked and falls right in front of a couple Chieftains. Give the point to Mia Free.
Yeah, good swing on the outside. The block was up there, but unable to get the hands extended out over the net. It was able to fall in, power it through.
Courtney Sowers to serve for Adena. Wadsworth, far side, finds a sweet spot in the back. And now match point for Logan after the kill from Taylor Wadsworth. Be Estelle Anderson to serve it for Logan. Here's Brown. Brown blocked, and it lands out of bounds for an Adena point. Adena still in it, 14-7 Logan. Edgar the dig. The set, Buckaloo. Nice dig by Dalton. Now Brown. Here's Horn. Wadsworth, far side, toes the block. Point, set, match. Logan knocks off Adena in 3 sets. They advance to the Summer Volleyball Tournament semifinal. They'll face Gallia Academy in our next matchup.
Yeah, nice job by Adena there early in the match to play out in front, but Logan just too much across the net, way too much size, way too much athleticism. They were able to take over, and that's going to present quite a matchup here in the next one.
Logan, a 3-set win over Adena, and the Chieftains will face Gallia Academy for the right to play in the championship game here at the Root. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back, get ready to watch the Chieftains and the Blue Angels go at it But in the meantime, you're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Since 1853, Tomlinson Insurance has been protecting families, farms, and businesses in our community. As an independent agency, we offer personalized coverage for your auto, home, farm, and business, plus health and life insurance too. And we proudly partner with Erie Insurance to give you peace of mind with reliable coverage at competitive rates. Tomlinson Insurance. Let our history be your future. Call us today at 740-773-4181 or visit us at tomlinsonins.com.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Have you experienced simply brilliant fiber internet? Yeah, that's Glow Fiber. Lightning fast internet that keeps up with your busy life. A reliable fiber to the home network whether you're working, learning, playing, or streaming. And best of all, Glow Fiber has real local support from real people who are happy to talk to you. And switch now for your first month free. Faster, more reliable fiber internet with real local support. Glow Fiber. Simply brilliant.
We welcome you back to the Root Sports and Fitness Center here in Gallipolis. Carson Francis and Shayne Combs joining you for Game 3 of this tournament stage. Logan and Gallia Academy set to get underway. I want to take a moment to quickly promote some content we have coming up here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority. We have Double Overtime presented by Perfection One. Shayne, you and John just did an episode here recently. You know, I've honestly really enjoyed some of the summer content you guys have done, just getting some guests in to just come talk about things when there's not a lot of sports going on. I know you guys recently just talked to Amanda Clear Creek Athletic Director Tony Williams. Excited for that one to come out.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it because what happens throughout the course of the year on SOS Overtime is you're constantly talking about the actual games, right? You're talking about each and every sport and all the way through the coverage area, and there's a lot of stuff there. What Double Overtime has allowed us to do, and John does a great job in preparation and getting those set up, and then John and I sit down and talk to some different people. We're able to take an hour or two and just kind of break down the entire journey of someone's career and some of the different things, but then we break off and we talk about not only their current job, but we talk a lot of topics throughout the shot clock, the 7 divisions, the different NIL rules, the different, there's just a lot of different content we branch out. And you're right, it's very conversational, and I've really enjoyed
Stuff
it.
that you don't normally get a chance to talk about during the season. I love it. And then, not as certain when the next episode of this will come out, but our Brock Netter and Derek Webb have Bad Company presented by the Driving Authority. I really enjoyed getting to be on the last episode, talk about our football streaming schedule, got to preview some of the action that we're seeing today. Just some really exciting stuff that we have going on here in the summer. And then our podcast for the Chillicothe Paints, Horsing Around, presented by Rathkamp Financial. That's been a fun watch this summer as well.
It really has. I've had a chance to see the Paints play a couple times, but it's just a nice little informative piece that kind of keeps you up to date on who's playing well and what's going on with them. You're right. It's throughout the summer, SOSA still provides quite a bit of content for the sports fan.
You can check us out on our YouTube channel at SOSA or on our social medias at SOSA Ohio on Instagram and Twitter. We also have Facebook and TikTok for any and all content Southern Ohio high school sports. Should be a great upcoming fall season, and I'm excited to get to be part of coverage again for football, volleyball. I think we might try and get some soccer on stream as well, but just an all-around exciting time that we have to look forward to here in Southern Ohio. Getting back to today, Logan and Gallia Academy set to square off for the right to play for the championship here at the Root. Two teams, we've gotten to look at both of them. What can we expect to see in this matchup?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of dynamic athleticism at the net. Both of these teams can come at you at all 3 spots up and down the net, and that should give us some good matchups, a good setter play on both sides. You've heard coaches say it all day, the ability to serve tough, the ability to serve receive on target. That's going to probably have as much to do with anything in terms of which offense is able to utilize some of that talent.
The Gallia Academy sweeping Unioto in 2 sets. Logan coming from behind to beat Adena in 3. We talked to Coach Ashton Webb of Gallia Academy earlier. She had a lot to say about her team's non-league schedule in the regular season, playing a team like a Logan here in the summer. Certainly a team that'll help you prepare for that.
Yeah, you can tell that's something that they'd really committed to, and they've already been doing that throughout the summer and doing it here again today. And as you highlighted earlier, going to do that in the regular season as well in their non-league.
I'm really excited, too, to watch this front line matchup. You got people like Wadsworth, Buckaloo, Anderson in the front line for Logan. You match that up with, a Grayson Clark or an Abby Clark, rather, for Gallia Academy. Makes for a great matchup as Logan takes the first point, or Gallia Academy, rather, takes the first point of this opening set.
Yeah, certainly don't want to give up points away when you start to get deeper into the tournament against some of this level of competition. I think the other part of it, Carson, is you get into these formats and you get one team starting to sit, you get the other team playing back to back. How quick does the other team who's been sitting around, in this case be at Gallia Academy, how quick can they flip the switch and get it going immediately?
There's a nice play there by Gallia Academy to take the lead. Aubrey Frazier with authority. All of a sudden, Aspen Barnes to the service line, 2-1 Blue Angels.
Yeah, Aubrey with an incredible career going into her senior year. Expecting more big things from her.
Led the team in kills last season with 318 on the season. 3-1 Gallia Academy. Barnes back at the service line. Nice heads-up play, Shayne. Barnes a line drive. And Logan gets it over on the overpass.
Yeah, it's going to be the overpass. And Abby Clark's been really good at that today. And just kind of just out of her reach there. She just kind of mistimed it a little bit.
And the service error by Logan gives it back to Gallia Academy.
Yeah, a couple misses here in the early going for Logan. Kind of has him behind here early. Gallia Academy a chance to get control of it.
Chloe Bennett at the service line gets a point after Lauren Eachis spikes it down for Gallia Academy. 5-2 Blue Angels. Nice dump over by Logan. Gallia Academy trying to recover. A nice effort by Barnes, but not enough.
Yeah, nice use of the dump there just to keep Gallia Academy a little off balance. See if Logan can clean up the service game here a little bit.
Taylor Wadsworth to send it over. Just Piper tooling the block for a point. Hugh hasn't played a minute of any varsity sport, but already showing flashes here at the root.
I think the key to that's the angle they get her way outside there. It makes it tough for the block to set.
Hugh again, a little too much on that fire back there. It gives Logan a point. Lila Kern will head to the service line for Logan. Nice dig there by Bennett. And out of the reach of Hugh. No response from Gallia Academy. Logan back to within one. Kern back to the service. There's Hugh blocked. And she uses it to her advantage. 7-5. After the point to Piper Pugh, she'll head to the service line. Mile high toss. And Enderly comes up with the kill for Logan to answer right back.
Nice job, Enderly, with a good swing there. And again, a little bit of that balance we talked about for Logan.
The libero, Allie Horn, will send it over. Pugh with the dig, the set. Here's Barnes. Barnes fires one in there for a kill. 8-6 Gallia Academy.
And Carson, what you're going to see that makes Gallia so good is how deep they are. All 6 spots in the rotation, you can get Pugh and Barnes opposite of each other on the outside. You can utilize the size of Frazier and Clark, you know, in the middles and the big blocks on the opposite side. It's just they can come at you in so many different ways. A lot of teams, they'll have certain hitters rotate to the back and they'll fall off big time. I just don't think you're going to see that with this Gallia Academy team. They can run on you at any of the 6 spots, and that makes them so dangerous.
Ari Rice lost one over. First service ace. Yeah, this is a matchup where rubber meets the road. 2 forces going at it. You're going to see big time plays made. Ari Rice with back-to-back points from the line. Here's Kern, the set. Nice recovery there from Gallia Academy. Here's Barnes. Barnes into the back corner for another point.
That's that spurt ability I was talking about. You know, it's back and forth, and all of a sudden you look up there at the scoreboard and it's 11-6, and it's been off the good serving of Rice and some of the outside play of Barnes.
Logan will call a timeout if you're just joining us. Game 3 of the Roots Sport and Fitness Center Summer Volleyball Tournament here on the Marshall Court. It was Gallia Academy sweeping Unioto in Game 1 of the bracket stage. Logan with a come-from-behind win to beat Adena in 3 sets. And now Gallia Academy with an 11-6 lead over Logan in the first set of Game 3. Pretty back and forth matchup. Again, as we've really seen all day, there's really been no quit on either side from any team. But right now it's Gallia Academy having the upper hand. They're looking like they're starting to pull away a little bit.
Well, and again, I think what happens is what I was talking about a second ago. They can come at you in so many different ways. Yeah, I think Logan has 2 or 3 rotation spots that probably favor them a little bit, where they can really go toe to toe and compete. But no matter what's going to really be difficult to play against Gallia Academy this year is no matter where your weakness is at, you're going to look across the net and they're going to present challenges to you in terms of their ability to serve it at you, their ability to pass it, and then obviously set it, and then their ability to attack at the net as hitters.
It's a Gallia Academy team that went 24-1 a season ago. They were swept in the district final by a very good Circleville team we got to see a lot last year. But Gallia Academy, the talk of Southeast Ohio coming into this volleyball season. There's Kern the set, near side. Enderle can't get it over.
Yeah, hitter and setter not quite on the same page there. Hitter stayed outside. Setter maybe expecting hitter to come in a little bit more.
You with the dig, and Gallia Academy able to chip in with the point there. Nice dump by Clark.
Yeah, great job by Clark. When she's in the front row there, she can even use it off with a jump set on the attack.
Addie Hennestoffel will serve for Logan after the Gallia Academy service error. Hennestoffel, the honorable mention selection in the OCC last year. Here's Barnes into the back line for a Blue Angel point.
Nice adjustment there. They were just maybe just a speck off timing there, but that's the athleticism of Barnes and the ability to adjust.
Here's Kern. The set, lofting it over. Good dig in the back by Pugh. Here's Barnes. Soft touch. Barnes drops it into no man's land. Gallia Academy extends the lead to 8.
Yeah, Clark recognizing the hot hand, and you've seen Barnes showing off the entire arsenal here over the last 3 or 4. She can swing away and hammer. Also has a little bit of the change up she can throw at you.
Near side, good dig by Horn. And the block by Gallia Academy goes out of bounds for a Logan point. Bree Edgar back into serve for Logan.
Yeah, good response here for Logan. Just first set started to get away from him here a little bit.
Far side blocked, but out of bounds. Aubrey Frazier with a nice touch to get a point for the Blue Angels. Barnes to the service line. Here's Wadsworth near side, sends it over. Good dig in the back by Barnes. Now Frazier near side connects. You can put Aubrey Frazier anywhere on the floor and she's going to make something happen.
Well, and that's part of that versatility of these hitters is they can come at you first ball over from the opposite side. There you see a good double block.
There's Clark in the middle. Sends it in.
That's that Clark to Clark combo on that quick action in the middle. She does such a good job of coming and getting right on top for setter. When they were in that quick action, the block's just never going to get there. Not only is it quick, but because of the size, it's just so high.
Gallia Academy serving with an 18-8 lead, and Barnes with an ace. Barnes again to serve. Here's Kern the set. Wadsworth near side blocked, but out of bounds. Good read by Taylor Wadsworth to get Logan back into service.
Well, I like how much outside she got. She got out nice and wide, and it makes that block angle nearly impossible to set.
Stella Anderson couldn't respond with her service ace. I'll send it back to Gallia Academy. Chloe Bennett to serve in the back corner. (19-9) Gallia Academy ahead of Logan. You know, Shayne, at one point, maybe to any of our viewers who are new to the area. Here's Wadsworth lofting it over near side. And Pugh goes in for the kill, tools the block, 20-9 Gallia Academy. If you remember, there was once a time where Gallia Academy and Logan were in the same league, the old Southeast Ohio Athletic League.
Yeah.
We can dive into the history of that later on. Overpass there. Gallia Academy trying to respond. Barnes sends it to the back line and no response from Logan. A little miscommunication after the dig by Allie Horn. 21-9 Gallia Academy in front. Chloe Bennett to serve again. Horn sends it sky high. Kern the set. Buckaloo tips it over and gets it to fall.
Take it any way you can get it at that point when it was starting to get away from you. Bennett had quite a spring on the softball field as well there for Gallia Academy. Enjoyed watching some of them play during the spring season.
Well, Cinderella run for the Blue Angels on the softball field, making it all the way to the Sweet 16. They had that thriller in the district semifinal against Logan Elm that they needed to finish the game the next day because it got so dark. Ironically, that game was played at Logan.
Yeah. Felt like first 1 to 30 was going to win in that slugfest.
Addie Hennestoffel gets a kill for Logan to cut the deficit down to 21-11, and Lila Kern will go back to the service line.
For Logan, you're just trying to find any momentum that maybe you can take into the next set with you.
Piper Pugh knocks one in opposite side. Gallia Academy just 2 away from a first set win over Logan. Pugh throws it up, sends it over. Horn, Kern, Buckaloo far side. Logan trying to reset. Hennestoffel over. Here's Barnes far side. Barnes off the tip, drops it in, and set point for Gallia Academy.
Yeah, having a lot of success on the outside. They just went to it exclusively. Barnes has had a big first set here.
Here's Kern. Hennestoffel fires opposite way. And Gallia Academy gets it over, drops it in far side. And they will take the first set 25-11. Gallia Academy over Logan. And they're a set away from advancing to the championship round here at the Root. We'll step aside quickly and come back for set number 2. Gallia Academy with a 1-set lead over Logan. You're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Have you experienced simply brilliant fiber internet? Yeah, that's Glow Fiber. Lightning fast internet that keeps up with your busy life. A reliable fiber-to-the-home network whether you're working, learning, playing, or streaming. And best of all, Glow Fiber has real local support from real people who are happy to talk to you. And switch now for your first month free. Faster, more reliable fiber internet with real local support. Glow Fiber. Simply brilliant.
Back here on the Marshall Court here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center. As Logan with a 1-set lead, Gallia Academy leading Logan 1-0. The winner of this advances to the championship round here on the Marshall Court. Shayne, your thoughts on that first set?
Yeah, it's just kind of the blueprint that the Blue Angels are going to look to for success. You want to pass on target and let your outstanding setter, Grayson Clark, do her thing, and she was able to spread the ball to the hot hand and utilize the middles when needed. But I thought they found some success on the outside with the sophomore Aspen Barnes and the freshman Piper Pugh. When they're able to get it way outside and create that angle, it just makes it so difficult. One, on the speed of the game for Logan to get all the way out there, but even when they do get there, tough to set the block at the correct angle. You throw in some tough serving from all spots for Gallia Academy, and I just thought it was an uphill battle for Logan. Let's see if they can respond here and maybe get off to a better start in the second set.
Gallia Academy played in the power play pool here on the Marshall Court with the likes of Bloom, Carroll, Meadowbrook, and Adena. Logan coming out of Pool A, another pretty competitive bracket with Waverly, Colgrove, and Southeastern. Just another testament to the level of competition we've had here at the Root today.
Yeah, there's good depth here. You see a lot of good programs, and as we've said all day long, what makes it unique in late July, some experienced teams might be a little further ahead. Other teams might still be finding themselves, and all that plays into the results. But nonetheless, no matter where your program's at, you come to an event like this, and you're going to leave knowing some different things about yourself, which is going to lead to you getting better.
Clark to send it over for Gallia Academy. There's Kern near side to Wadsworth. Wadsworth sends it far side. Now Barnes with the tip. Nice save by Logan. They can't get it over the net in time. Blue Angels cause some chaos.
Yeah, great effort there. Just unable to get it back over. Got to do something to get Gallia Academy a little out of system. Right now, they're just able to send the ball wherever they want.
There's Kern near side to Wadsworth. Bennett with the dig far side. Now Barnes blocked. Lily Buckaloo, the freshman, stands tall at the net.
Yeah, she's had a great day defensively. That time she's able to get out there a little bit. Thought that ball was up the net a little bit more. Again, I'd like to see them get just a little further outside, but when you start to cheat up the net a little bit, the size of Buckaloo is going to become a problem.
There's Frazier going the other way. Frazier with a little flavor on the kill.
Yeah, great size, great athleticism. Talked about earlier, terrific year a year ago, now going to be a senior. She had a big-time sophomore year. And then last year, obviously, some of the numbers go down because, again, it's the unselfishness because there's so many options, only one ball to go around. We talked to Coach Webb about that earlier.
Wadsworth lost it over. Bennett the dig. And Abby Clark sends it down. Another point for the Blue Angels. This one coming off the hands of the first team All-OVC selection from last season. Henestapel going opposite way and just missing.
If you're just joining us and you're from Gallia Academy, our Coach Webb interview, probably, what would you say, about an hour in, if you just go back through.
It was about right before that first game.
Yeah. So I really enjoyed that. I thought great perspective there.
Meeting at the net is Pugh, and Pugh wins that battle. Just dropping it over the net, 5-1 Blue Angels. Barnes to serve it again. And just missing on the back line is Barnes. Service error will send Logan back to the service line.
Yeah, and those risk-reward serves, you're going to come up with some errors, but as long as you feel like the positives outweighing, you want your kids to stay aggressive.
That was a good run there from Barnes. Frazier fires one in there. Nice dig by Wadsworth. And Buckaloo reaches over, said she got just enough of the net to give Gallia Academy a point. A little too aggressive there at the net. Bennett sends it over for Gallia Academy. It's Henestapel with the soft touch for a Logan point.
Takes a little something off of it. First, I couldn't tell if it was a miss-hit or just a little bit of a change-up. Nonetheless, works for the point.
Horn the libero to serve. Nice dig in the back. Here's Pugh for an authoritative kill.
Yeah, big time athlete. Our first chance to see her in person. Certainly, you understand the ability on the basketball court as well.
Yeah, mentioned this with Coach Webb earlier, but has not played a regular season varsity game. And this week, she already picked up a Division I basketball offer from Morehead State. Addie Henestapel getting the kill for Logan.
Yeah, I think we talked about a little bit on the way down here, Carson. I think a lot of that's the growth of our summer basketball and volleyball programs. And on the female side, I think colleges are able to recognize the growth of some of these young ladies early on, and they just want to they know it's a competitive field of recruiting. They just want to get in early and show that good faith.
Logan fighting back after the kill from Wadsworth. 8-5 is Hennestoffel back at the service line. Nice save there by Clark. Was turn the set. Far side, Enderly missing, trying to go cross court. We'll send Pugh back to the service line, 9-5 Gallia Academy. And a service ace for the freshman. Allie Horn got a little too much on the return attempt.
Yeah, you talked about the high toss, gets really on top of it, creates that late dive. There you see it.
Pugh with back-to-back aces now, really, really impressed with not just the play, but the poise, the composure I've seen today from Piper Pugh.
Well, and it's really the established skill set. Like when you look at these serves here, you'll see a lot of people be able to maybe send one of those, but then the next 3 or 4 will result in an error. The ability just to consistently hammer away, and you see the type of run she can put her team on.
Here's Kern the set. Wadsworth near side, couldn't get it over. 13-5 Gallia Academy, halfway to a second set win and putting this one away. Pugh again. There's Kern, got it with one hand, but nothing else.
Timeout here, going to try to break the run here on the service line. It just shows you too, when you get someone back there on the line and they start firing away on the jump serve, how it can completely, it's a match changing type of serve. It just completely can take over a set and go on a run that the other team can't recover from.
And the winner of this matchup will advance to the championship round. And I haven't been able to keep track of what's going on other courts, but it appears that Meadowbrook awaits the winner of this matchup. They're warming up down there on the far end of our court.
That would make sense based on what we watched earlier. I was real impressed with them. Yeah. They'll certainly provide quite a championship opponent for whoever comes out of this one.
Yeah, Meadowbrook, a team that our area teams have faced a lot recently here in the regional. Meadowbrook knocking off Lucasville Valley over on court 1.
I think Valley's in for a really nice year. Remember, they advanced to the Sweet 16, lost the heartbreaker that we actually had on Sosa.
Yeah. It was their first district title since '98 as well.
So that Valley team going to be a really good one to follow this fall.
A lot of promise for Nikki Crotty's Valley Indians program as the Blue Angels continue to roll with Piper Pugh at the service line. 16-5 Blue Angels. That one flips to net. If that doesn't tell you how today's been for Gallia Academy, I don't know what else you could use, but that'll about do it. Not that time though. Pugh just missing on the serve. 17-6 Gallia Academy.
But we've talked about it. Gallia Academy, out those 6 points they've allowed, they probably had 2 or 3 errors, but they've been on the back end of what's been an incredible run. And it's just the risk reward, they've really got in their favor. And Coach Webb talked about wanting to really dominate the service game. And you can see that between Rice and Barnes and Pugh and then Clark, they've got some kids that can really, really get on a run back there at the line.
Lauren each is serving for Gallia Academy. Stella Anderson tipped it over near side, but Aspen Barnes denies the Chieftains on that point. 19-6. Each is back to serve. 81 kills a season ago for the rising junior. There's Barnes, far side, towards the block. Logan doesn't have an answer. We talked about Aspen Barnes a lot. The season she had as a freshman a season ago. Seems like she's picking up right where she left off, even here in preseason action. Fires one back. Here's Wadsworth in the middle. And Gallia Academy can't respond.
Yeah, if you're Logan, you're just trying to find something that can give you a little bit of life here, but you're running out of time.
Near side gets over the net. Doesn't matter. Last touch by Gallia Academy and out of bounds. 20-8 Blue Angels.
Yeah, tried to go in the slide action and just didn't quite time it up. And
we'll ask one of our line judges here for an official ruling. We've had the teams that aren't playing helping us out as back judges for these other games, and you see we have some Adena volleyball players helping us out here.
yeah, that's just usually a part of the schedule. It's the same way they do the club volleyball circuit, where once you play, you have responsibilities to have girls ready to do that. And that's kind of what keeps the schedule flowing as well as it does.
Clark the serve. Buckaloo fires it into the back, dug up by Pugh. A Frazier near side blocks. Gallia Academy still with it though. Barnes far side connects.
Well, again, it's a broken record. What happens is more get your block to one spot on time, but if it doesn't result in a point right away, Gallia Academy is going to be able to come back and just shoot the ball out to another big time hitter, and it's just so many weapons.
Clark the serve. Gallia Academy 2 points away from advancing to the championship. Here's Barnes far side. Nice dig by Horn. Wadsworth near side. Here's Frazier. Tried to tip it over softly, but unsuccessful. Logan hanging in there. 23-9 Gallia Academy. It'll be Taylor Wadsworth to send it over for the Chieftains. Barnes with the dig. Now the set. Frazier, far side, couldn't connect.
Yeah, nice job of Clark going in the middle. Was able to freeze the block, give her teammate a open net.
Abby Clark just gets it over for Gallia Academy. Now Hennestoffel near side connects for Logan. Now backs against the wall. The Chieftains hanging in there, kind of similar to what we saw Adena do in the latter stages of the previous game.
Yeah, getting a chance to see Logan as much as we have here on the Marshall court, they're going to be just fine here this fall. They've got some nice pieces of the puzzle, and they'll continue to get better.
Wadsworth on the free ball. Clark, the set here is Barnes near side delivers. And match point for the Blue Angels as Meadowbrook awaits in the championship round.
Great chemistry between Clark and Aspen Barnes. Barnes had a really nice run here during the bracket play.
Each is to serve for the Blue Angels, match point. There's Kern, the set, Hennestoffel near side. There's Clark, the set. And into the net it goes for a Gallia Academy point, and the Blue Angels advance to the championship round here at the Root. 25-11 in the second set, a two-set sweep for Gallia Academy. They knock off Logan, and they await Meadowbrook in the championship round here in just a few moments.
Yeah, a pair of 25-11 victories were real impressive, really complete against a good team there. So Gallia Academy, as advertised, coming down here today, playing at a pretty high level, but again, going to have an elite opponent. We watched this Meadowbrook team quite a bit earlier in the pool play, and they can present quite a challenge again, coming out of the bracket with a win over Valley.
Well, we'll take a short break and come back. Get you ready for the final here at the Root. Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook for all the marbles. You're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Back here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center for the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series. One final game here on the Marshall Court. Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook for all the marbles. Carson Francis, Shayne Combs, and joining us before this final game is Sosa's very own Brock Netter. Brock, you've been down here all day. You've gotten to see a lot of good volleyball with us as well. Tell us, what's impressed you the most? What have you liked from a few of the teams you've gotten to see today?
I mean, first things first. The most impressive thing is just the setup here at the Root.
Yes.
It's just absolutely unbelievable. It's laid out incredibly well. There's been a lot of great volleyball. This Gallia Academy team, they are so impressive. It doesn't appear as if they have a flaw at all. I mean, they've been dominant from start to finish. Adena's defense, I mean, that's what they're all about. They've been rock solid all day up until their loss that knocked them out. But there's just been a lot of great volleyball. Chillicothe looked really good. Valley fought very hard. Waverly looked impressive as well. So just a great day of volleyball down here at the Root for sure.
Yeah, I think you said it with the facility. I've been around so many of these events that are run. This is just another day at the office for these guys down here. The people down here to go along with the facility have been incredible to work with. Talk to us about that partnership with Sosa and the Root.
I mean, it's been incredible. I mean, Rob does such a great job. This is the first time I've been down here. I don't think this is the first time that they've done this volleyball showcase, but it's been so incredible. The support he's given us, having us come down here to highlight this volleyball showcase. They've been so gracious. They've been so accommodating. They've been very complimentary of us, of you guys as well, doing such a great job here on the streams. It's just been incredible to have them alongside us, in the Sosa umbrella.
And I talked about this all day, but the court that we're streaming right now is just one of 5 courts that have been made available to us to watch some really competitive volleyball. And you've taken a little bit to head to courts 1, 2, 3, and 4 behind us and catch some action that we can't stream. And you'll have some content out on our socials on YouTube for us to see from those games. But just talk about the options that you have to catch all this action here at the Root. Plenty of courts. I was talking to Shayne outside too. We pulled in and they had the outdoor basketball, the sand volleyball, just plenty of opportunity down here.
I mean, there's just so much. I mean, we're only seeing just a small part of it, just based off of what everyone's seeing on the stream. But this is just such an incredible facility. Some of the games that have happened on courts 2, 3, and 4 and 5, I believe. They've just been absolutely outstanding. Chillicothe's played really well. Unioto, they fought very hard. Valley fought very hard. Southeastern, they made a late run here as well. It's just absolutely incredible today for sure.
When you get into summer sports, I think the growth is the mindset. You want to get better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to go and you come down here. And I think that's what's fun about it is we've been making the comment that, Gallia Academy returns all this talent. They're a little bit more in mid-season form, if I'm being fair.
Mhm.
Some of these other teams, if you give it a month or two, they're going to look a little bit different. What have you seen today? Not to put you on the spot, of maybe a team or two that you're like, man, I can't wait to see them. They were good today, but I can't wait to see them a month or two from now.
Valley would be the one would be the one that stands out to me. They won 18 games last year. They won a district title last year. A lot of their starters are back. They are dealing with some injuries right now as well. But just based upon how they looked, how they fought against against Meadowbrook. They're a very scrappy team. They're a team that doesn't appear to get tired at all. And I think that's what really stood out to me is just their stamina and just the fact that it doesn't matter how long they've been playing. They do not have an off switch. They just go and they go and they go. And I mean they're definitely going to be one of the teams that can make a deep turn run. Especially being in Division 6 as well.
Yeah, I love their setter play. That Queen's really good. And then, the other part of that is graduation. Yeah. I mean, like you and I were laughing earlier together. I thought we were talking to Coach right now. We started naming his returning players. I named one, I named two, and then I'm like, that might be it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
but so graduation plays a big role, and that
Big
kind of
time.
goes back to, hey, I can't wait to see some of these kids grow.
Big time. I think that's another thing that's really stood out to me today is that there's so many new faces in the volleyball landscape. There's kids that I saw today, and I'm like, I have no idea who that is, but I'm definitely gonna keep my eye on them. Couple teams I've never seen before, and I'm like, okay, but I see some promise. There's a lot of talent. I know every team works hard. Sometimes it just takes a little bit more time for that talent to fully come together. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes 2 months. Sometimes you see it in the final 2 weeks of their season. And I mean, you see it all come together. And you're like, okay, from where I saw them in July to where eventually here in September, October, deep into November, like, okay, now I see everything's come together. And there's a ton of new faces, a ton of new talent ready to make names for themselves. It's going to be a young type of year, but a very exciting year in the volleyball landscape.
Brock, really quickly, one final game for the championship, Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook. These teams have been at it all day, played in the same pool in pool play earlier today. Should be an exciting matchup to close us out.
Yeah, absolutely. This is I was actually talking to Rob Q just a few minutes ago. This is actually the third time in about a week span that they will have played each other. So they actually split. So Meadowbrook's got one on them, Gallia's got one on them. So this is kind of the rubber match, and how fitting that there's a championship on the line as well. So just two outstanding programs. Gallia. Everyone knows what they did last year, having one of, if not their best season in school history. Meadowbrook, just a few years ago, they found themselves in the state Final Four, maybe even the state championship. I can't quite remember off the top of my head.
Well, they were in the Final Four in Division 4 last season.
Yeah, I mean, they are a machine, but Gallia is definitely emerging as well. And I mean, two Division 4 teams. This might not be the last time that they see each other, and
I wouldn't doubt that.
It's crazy to think that because it's only July. There's still the entire season to go as well. So this is going to be a very, very fun matchup for sure.
Well, our Brock Netter joining us before our final game here at the Root. You can check out anything and everything Sosa for all the content Brock will have for us all fall and all throughout this season. Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook getting set for the final here in the summer volleyball tournament here at the Roots Sports and Fitness Center, which you're watching here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority. We'll quickly step aside.
Since 1853, Tomlinson Insurance has been protecting families, farms, and businesses in our community. As an independent agency, we offer personalized coverage for your auto, home, farm, and business, plus health and life insurance too. And we proudly partner with Erie Insurance to give you peace of mind with reliable coverage at competitive rates. Tomlinson Insurance. Let our history be your future. Call us today at 740-773-4181 or visit us at tomlinsonins.com.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by Willie and Son Trucking. Willie and Son Trucking has been a proud supporter of local student athletes, coaches, and athletic programs throughout its history. Be sure to look out for the Shack Athlete of the Week presented by Willie and Son Trucking each week at sosaohio.com.
One final game to play here in Gallipolis. Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook set to do battle for the championship round as you see the teams warming up before we get started. Shayne, it's been an incredible day of volleyball all around. Just gotten to see some amazing teams. Talk to a lot of great coaches. Got to talk to Tyler Twyman, one of the guys from the root that makes all of this possible. And we get to close it out with two outstanding teams here on the Marshall court.
Well, that's what you expect. You get to an event like this, and then it's going to get capped off with two really, really good programs, and that's what's exciting about the opportunity to watch these two go head to head. Brock Netter was just telling us that they've already battled a little bit throughout the summer, and here they are again, and you're only going to get better from it. They're teams that kind of mirror each other. They're teams that kind of attack each other in ways that's going to make each other better. Both teams have some versatility up and down the net. Both teams can really serve it. I think probably the breakdown on how you're going to try to get to them is, can you find some holes in the serve receive and just get them slightly off balance, slightly out of system to allow you to come back on the attack. But again, you're nitpicking because, again, as Brock said, you just watch some of these teams play and it's hard to find the holes.
Yeah, these are two teams, again, we talked about it. Gallia Academy 24-1 a season ago. Meadowbrook made it to the state tournament in Division 4. They're used to playing that late into the season, and they're used to playing against competition like they've already faced with Gallia Academy. And I kind of agree with Brock. I don't think this is going to be the last time we see these two on the same floor.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, you can just kind of tell watching them warm up, it's the depth of athlete. It's the depth of size and the ability to come at you from so many different places. We've seen some outstanding individual play throughout the day, but the difference in some of those teams is, maybe they don't have the complement up and down the net to go with them. Maybe when they go to the back row, they can't supply the same type of power. What we've noticed here is we've had an opportunity to see these two teams be pretty solid at all 6 spots of the rotation, and that makes for more complete volleyball.
And like I said, we've been down here all day. We caught our first dose of action here when we were setting things up. The power play pool is going on. Gotten to see some other outstanding teams other than the two we're about to see. Obviously, Gallia Academy, Meadowbrook, Bloom, Carroll, Adena in that power play pool. And then we got to see the likes of Unioto and Logan in the bracket stages. Just all around, talk about some of the things about each of those teams that have stood out to you the most.
The biggest thing that stands out to me with this being a summer event is where the teams are at this point in the process. That's probably the coach's mind coming out in me. But I see some teams that they're probably a little bit more ready to hit August running and just take off and go and just refine some things, where other teams are probably still in the earlier process. Maybe they were hit by graduation. Maybe they have some young kids. Maybe they have kids on vacation. Maybe they have kids like a lot of times you come to these summer things and you might see a team that's playing without someone. So all of those things are factors. I think different teams are trying to get different things out of something like today. But obviously, these two teams that come through an event like this and are the last two standing, that tells you all you need to know about how good they are. And I think it should make for a really, really nice match. I think if you enjoy volleyball, I would think this is something you'll really enjoy watching.
Looking in on Gallia Academy real quick, the lone team standing from our coverage area, we've seen them play twice already. This will be our third game. We've streamed them today. Just what have you liked? I know you mentioned in the last game just about the chemistry that everybody's played together with out on the floor.
I'm glad you mentioned that. The chemistry is something that jumps out at you in terms of the way there's a trust in the way they play. And I think a lot of that comes from the leadership and their outstanding setter play of Grayson Clark. But I think just everybody shines in their role. Bennett leads the passing game and they get really, really good serving. And then Clark spreads the ball out, and they have a mixture of ways they can go about it. Piper Pugh and Aspen Barnes on the outside have presented quite a stretch in terms of the net and the block and forcing it all the way out there. And then obviously Aubrey Frazier and Abby Clark are just about ready to cap off incredible careers. Their size and their ability to play the middle and and give some defense at the net as well. So I think completeness, trust, overall balance. I just think they're in for another great run, and it should be fun to watch.
Well, Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook set to square off in the final round of the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here at the Root. We'll take one final break and come back, get you ready for the Blue Angels and the Colts. You're watching the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority.
Hey, Mike Glockner here from the Glockner family of dealerships. Want to talk to you about our express service that we offer at every Glockner location. Did you know that you don't need an appointment if you need a routine service done to your vehicle? All you have to do is show up. No appointment necessary. Stop by and let us serve you at any Glockner location today.
Back here on the Marshall Court here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center. The final matchup of this Summer Volleyball Tournament Series. Got a great matchup to close out a great day. Gallia Academy and Meadowbrook for all the marbles here in this preseason event.
Yeah, no question about it. We talked all day about the event. Well, this is just kind of another touch to it. You know, they've been able to use the PA announcer. They've been able to use the different officials throughout the entire facility. Now they'll bring them together for the final, and it really does. The way they highlighted this event throughout the week is giving the kids kind of that college feel.
Yeah.
It really does kind of give them that.
Yeah, and playing on a college floor. You know, this is the old, hence why they call it the Marshall Court. This is Marshall University's old floor. You have the PA announcer. You got all the bumping music in between games, and there's college coaches here watching, so it really gives you that feel of that high-level college-like atmosphere to get you ready for the regular season. Gallia Academy will serve things off as Clark sends it away to start this championship matchup. As Meadowbrook tried to go opposite way, and they'll get a point after a foul called against Gallia Academy.
I was blocked out here. It looked like signal came in on the net violation.
Bennett the dig on the back line. Barnes going for it, a one-handed dig in the back by Meadowbrook. And the kill for the Colts. Gets them the first point. Addie Schultes on the near side. Now Nat Norman the serve for the Colts, 2-0 Meadowbrook. There's Barnes going up near side. And it's out of play. Aspen Barnes with the kill gets Gallia Academy its first point.
Yeah, Barnes' ability to swing at multiple spots on the net, that time coming out of the opposite side. Good defensive effort. They just couldn't keep it off the court there. And Gallia Academy on the board here, trailing by 1.
Barnes to serve. Meadowbrook far side fires it in for a kill. So Lila McManaway with the kill on the far side. Carroll Wander to serve it up. There's Frazier near side. Dig back line. Meadowbrook far side. They're going to set up Frazier again here on the near side, and Frazier clears the net.
Good adjustment there from Frazier. Still be able to get an attack and earn the point.
There's a line drive for the kill.
Nice job getting that angle again. Meadowbrook plays with great speed, and they can really get you off. But if you can get to your spots against them, Gallia Academy probably has some size.
3-all. Meadowbrook looking to answer. Good effort by Barnes on the back line. Addie Schultes with another kill for Meadowbrook.
Yeah, good looking athlete. Nice swing on the outside here, off to a nice start. I think this will be the biggest factor for Gallia Academy throughout the championship match is their ability to serve receive.
That violation by Gallia Academy gives another point to Meadowbrook. 5-3 Colts. Meadowbrook out of the Muskingum Valley League. Some competitive sports at all levels in that league as Hugh comes up with a kill to get a point back for the Blue Angels.
Yeah, nice job. Gallia Academy does such a good job of all their hitters firing and going. And what that does, it kind of freezes the block. And it's just unselfish volleyball. So hard to get kids sometimes to go when they know they may not get the ball, but they really do. And I think it goes back to that trusting you've been talking about throughout today.
Another kill by Addie Schulteis for Meadowbrook. Third of the day already.
And Schulteis has been a problem here in the early going. Gallia Academy's going to have to find her and get the block on that right shoulder a lot quicker than they have to this point.
Service error by the Colts gives it back to Gallia Academy. We'll send Barnes, or Pugh rather, back to the service line. Good action here by Meadowbrook, far side. Pugh the set. Here's Barnes going up. Good dig by the libero Wander. Petro, now Barnes, far side. And we await the official ruling here. It looked like we had a net violation.
I thought they got her on the follow
Yep.
through into the net.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's just some confusion there for a second.
Se 7-5 Meadowbrook. Lily Rowe, the serve for the Colts. Barnes, far side, going opposite way. Just got the corner.
Yeah, Barnes got off to the incredible starter freshman year. And then, if I remember correctly, went through a little bit of an injury there and kind of slowed her the second half of the season. Really looks good here today. Looks athletic, really exploding off the court and swinging well. Good to see.
And an error on the attack by Meadowbrook knocks things up at 7. Moriniches to serve again for the Blue Angels. And it'll be a service ace to put Gallia Academy in front. Eight 7 Blue Angels. Near side. Just the overpass results in a Meadowbrook point. Credit Nat Norman with the kill for the Colts. Here's a set. Clark sends it down. Abby Clark puts Gallia Academy back up 1.
Yeah, they use that slide action just enough to keep the defense honest. And it's a nice weapon because of all the different places that Clark can send the ball offensively.
Matt Norman fires one into the back line. Just gets it in for a Meadowbrook point. Knotted up at 9 here in the opening set. Here's Frazier, far side. Frazier knocks it in there. Aubrey Frazier's had herself a nice day, continuing that effort into this championship game.
Kind of what we expected. Back and forth we go. Tight action.
Ariana Rice serves one into the net, and error that will tie us back up at 10.
Got Rice, Bennett, and Pugh back and serve, receive again. Talked about the importance of pass on target.
Here's Pugh, far side. Pugh splits the difference.
where the elite play, setter play of Grayson Clark comes in. Pass not exactly where you want it. She not only goes and keeps it off the floor, but has the skill and presence of mind to still pop the ball into a position for her hitter to attack.
Chloe Bennett with the serve for Gallia Academy. And the tag team there of Aegis and Pugh with the block puts Gallia Academy up 3. Bennett lofting up the serve. Overpass spiked in. Nice save by Pugh. Clark gets it over. Good recovery from the Blue Angels. And a spike into the net by Meadowbrook. Great recovery from Gallia Academy, and it results in a point. Timeout, Meadowbrook.
Yeah, great overall effort from Chloe Bennett. Give Pugh an assist there as well on the ball over here near side to keep it alive. But just that extra ability, and Carson, we talked about it all day. It's that spurt ability of Gallia Academy. They can come at you in all 6 rotations. It just takes a split second, and you think you're playing with them, and then all of a sudden they go on that little 4 or 5 run point spurt.
14-10. Gallia Academy in front. It was these two teams going point for point for the longest time. Gallia Academy finally been able to create some separation. And again, it's that chemistry, the way this team just plays together, fighting through adversity, that's gotten them out to this lead.
Well, I think it's the unselfishness that Coach Webb talked to us about earlier as well, because, you know, you have so much talent that it'd be so easy for each person to want just a few more swings. Hey, I want the ball a little bit more. I don't get that impression. I see a bunch of hitters going and getting ready to hit on every play, and as a result, keeps the defense off balance.
Net violation there, tagged on Lauren Aegis. Allie Black to serve it away for Meadowbrook, 14-11, Gallia Academy. Barnes blocked. Meadowbrook still live. Nice dig by Bennett. Dropping it right in the middle for a Meadowbrook point. It's Lila Thompson, Meadowbrook's tallest player on the floor, using her size to Meadowbrook's advantage.
Yeah, great set there as well. Good hands going to the back set.
14-12, Blue Angels. Pugh, far side. Pugh going opposite way for a kill. We've seen that a lot from players like Pugh, Frazier, who these outside hitters utilize going opposite way to get points on the board.
Yeah, I love them pushing them outside a little bit more. Gives them some freedom away from the size of the block.
Pugh gets it over. Set near side and connecting for the kill for Meadowbrook, Addie Schulteis. Kill number 4 in this game.
Yeah, Schulteis, one of the best players we've seen in the gym all day today. Nice all-around game, can really play.
Bennett the dig, the set. Pugh tips it over. Just couldn't put it inside the line. Meadowbrook back to within 1.
Yeah, right idea, just couldn't quite hit the spot.
And that time, though, Pugh able to connect almost the same spot she was going for that first time. This time gets it to fall 16-14 Blue Angels.
Yeah, when in doubt, just swing.
Yep. Pugh lofts up the serve. Set near side, Bennett the dig. Going far side, here's Aspen Barnes opposite way. Nice dig by the libero Launder. Clark the set, Barnes tooling the block and the kill. And
great hands by Carson there to keep the ball in play while still giving you the play-by-play call.
It's a beautiful art we like to call multitasking. Meadowbrook with the point after Gallia Academy got a little tied up.
Because of the nature of the summer event, we've said it all day, we don't have all of the names of all the players, the setter here for Meadowbrook's doing an outstanding job. I apologize, I don't have their name in front of me for her. She's outstanding. She does a good job with her hands and understanding where she wants to go with the ball and setting on target.
Aspen Barnes with the point. Lauren Each is serving for Gallia Academy. Near side. A little fire on that one. Here's a set for Barnes, far side. Dig by Eachus in the back line. Hugh gets it over. Set, spike, tooling the block, and a point for Meadowbrook. Nat Norman with another kill for the Colts.
Yeah, nice little rally there. Good volleyball on both sides. And all of a sudden, Meadowbrook back within 2.
Barnes, far side, drops it in there for a kill, 19-16. We'll send Grayson Clark back to the service line. A soft touch there. Gallia Academy got it over, but not in time. Nat Norman to serve. Meadowbrook trailing by 2. And a little too long on the serve by Norman. 20-17. Gallia Academy. Barnes to serve now.
Yeah, big miss there back to 19-17, and you kind of give a point back. And now the tough serve of Barnes back on the line, but answer from Meadowbrook.
It's a good set by Bryce Vargason. Set up Addie Schulteis for the kill.
Schulteis continues to be the go-to. Her back in the front row here, still far from over here in the opening set.
Bennett the set, Pugh double-handed. Vargason the set, far side, blocked by Frazier and Clark. Try it again. Schulteis finds a spot in the back. Feel like you said her name a lot already today, and if anybody watching this streams any volleyball in the East District, you'll want to have that name memorized, Addie Schulteis.
No question. She's been terrific.
Pugh cross court to Frazier, the soft touch. Vargason the set. Backside. And near side coming up for the kill for Gallia Academy. Chloe Bennett to serve, 21-19. Vargason the set, the dump down. And the soft touch for the kill for Meadowbrook.
Yeah, again, great chemistry. You had the name of the setter there. It was what?
Bryce Vargason.
Yes, doing a super job, understanding where to go with the ball and good chemistry with her hitters.
Lila Thompson coming up with the kill for Meadowbrook, 21-20 Gallia Academy. Hughes sends it over. Vargason. The set, Schulteis sends it in.
All the way back, 21 all. Going to be an exciting finish. Gallia Academy is going to have to start to recognize where Schulteis is at and start to cheat the block there, not getting there in time.
Set, Hugh, Vargason, Alonder, Schulteis blocked. Eachus and Frazier teaming up for the double block, 22-21.
That's what we're talking about there. Frazier recognizing exactly what I just said. Look, that this is their go-to. This is where they're going to send the ball, start to cheat that way. And right when her team needs her the most, it's a defensive play that puts her team back up 1.
Mallory Petro to serve. And just finds that near side corner. Not a lot of speed on that serve, but puts it just in the right spot to extend the lead. 23-21, now 23-22 after the serve goes right into the net.
Trade the ace for the air, still up 1 here. Huge serve receive opportunity for Gallia Academy.
Schulteis the serve, meeting at the net. Back to a 23-23 tie. In this opening set, Schulteis the serve for Meadowbrook. Petro, Pugh, Clark dumps it over. Wander the set, and the spike and turn the block for Meadowbrook. That point for the Colts. Schulteis at the service line. Timeout, Gallia Academy.
Yeah, back-to-back breakdowns in the. So you're up, what, 23-21. You had the service there, and then back-to-back breakdowns in the serve receive. And it kind of goes back to what Coach Webb was talking about earlier. I asked her, what will be the X factor in terms of taking that next step? Right here with the set on the line, you see a little bit of what she's talking about. So now you just got to regroup, and you got an opportunity in serve receive to see if you can put something on target and tie this thing up.
Addie Schulteis at the service line for Meadowbrook. She's had a terrific game so far as an outside hitter. And, you kind of mentioned it, if you're Gallia Academy, you kind of want to plan around her a little bit. You know where she's going to be at. So you want to put your Frazier's, your Abby Clark's in there to contest. There's a few going for the kill far side, ties us up at 24.
Well, what I like about that is after a couple breakdowns in serve receive, you don't lose your confidence. That time a better pass on target, good set, and one of your top hitters swinging away.
Thompson far side. Bennett to Barnes. Barnes going opposite way. Nice dig. Vargason to Schulteis in the middle. Good dig in the back by Pugh. Now Barnes again gets this one on the far side. And now set point Gallia Academy.
Meadowbrook even using Schulteis out of the back row on the back row attack. Defense up to it. Give Barnes another swing, and she's able to send one down the line and put yourself back now at a set point. So Gallia answered out of a timeout, just as you'd want as a coach. Now it's Meadowbrook's turn to see if they can come back. It starts with a good pass on target. Now with Schulteis in the back row, let's see if they go back to her there again, or if they decide to go with another option up on the net.
Gallia Academy, after the pool play ended, beat Unioto and Logan to get to the championship round. And a point away from a set 1 win. Pugh the serve. Vargason the set and the block to no avail by Gallia Academy. Tied back up at 25.
Block was there. Couldn't quite get the hands out over the net. They were able to sneak it down through.
Barnes, far side, opposite way. Put some heat on that one. And once again, at set point for Gallia Academy, 26-25. Lauren Eachus will serve.
Great skill and athleticism, even on the serve receive, going and immediately getting ready to hit.
Vargas in the set. Into the middle. Good dive there. Near side, Clark. Vargas in the set. The block. And off of Clark to tie us up at 26.
Well, Gallia Academy had a couple chances, but they got out of system a little bit where Clark was involved in the defense and they couldn't get on the normal attack.
Vargas in the serve for Meadowbrook, 26 all. There's Barnes at the net. And our back judge here says that Barnes got a piece of the net.
No, I think he was saying off of the tool. It hit the antenna there. Yeah. So
Okay.
Point. Give her the kill.
Norman near side, the soft touch. Good save. Frazier, opposite way, blocked. Lila Thompson.
Big
Using
time
her height
defensive
again.
play there.
27-27. Clark, the set. Here's Frazier, blocked. And down for a kill again. Meadowbrook now with set point.
Back-to-back defensive plays at the net. Defense, the theme of the late set success here. Set point.
Cue opposite side to Barnes. Barnes answers right back. Is this first set ever going to end?
Well, and again, just great volleyball. Again, you've got hitters going, and it's freezing the block there a little bit, and that unselfishness is giving teammates an open swing. Good volleyball.
Absolutely, as Barnes sends it in. Your side, Schulteis blocked and out of bounds. Another kill for Addie Schulteis, who's had a terrific game.
Yeah, so Schulteis into the front row again. Great opportunity for Meadowbrook.
Carroll wandered his serve. Do the save. Abby Clark gets it over. Schulteis to Vargason. Back to Schulteis. Schulteis a little too much. 29-29.
What was I saying there was a touch?
Our lines judge here saying that it's Meadowbrook point.
I didn't.
Everybody's confused.
I didn't see that. I mean, I was just getting ready to say Schulteis with a great opportunity on the outside, swings away. I didn't see any change in the ball or anything like that. It looked to be long, and then they do go to the point to the Colts. So that's gonna.
I believe that should end the set.
That should be it.
It's 30-28. And that is set point. We don't have replay here, so we can't confirm whatever happened, but it is ruled set point Meadowbrook 30-28 after a very entertaining first set.
Schulteis went to the back row. Gallia Academy with multiple chances to put the set away. They couldn't do it. Schulteis comes back to the front. It was back-to-back defensive plays that set up that last set point. And then Schulteis with the big-time swing on the outside there. And the call goes in their favor. So just as we expected, 30-28. That's kind of what we thought we were going to get. I don't see why the rest of the way it won't be the same. Now, if you're Gallia Academy, it's time to respond and see if you can stay in the match.
Down a set, Meadowbrook, one set away now from taking home this championship here at the Root. You know, and even though it didn't end their way, gotta love the competitiveness we saw from Gallia Academy.
Well, you know, last year too, when you talk about playing some of the tougher competition, Gallia Academy was so dominant. They swept 18 of 25 opponents I see on your notes here. So, you know, how many times did they really face the adversity through the 24 in one season? Now, obviously down there at Logan, we watched the incredible comeback that they responded and did. But I think all of these situations in the summer that you're playing and you're facing some adversity, you're facing some set points, you're facing some match points, you lose a little bit, but it still puts you in some of those pressure situations that you're going to grow from moving forward.
And again, I talked about this earlier, but looking at Gallia's schedule, Unioto, Bloom Carroll, Miami Trace, Wheelersburg, Warren, Newark Catholic, Chillicothe, those are teams that, you know, obviously I don't put any money on these, but I'd be willing to bet that they're not going to sweep every single one of those teams. So it's probably one of the better things that could happen to Gallia Academy to just face something like this, to where, you know, they're going to have to face a little adversity against a team with the pedigree of a Meadowbrook. There's Barnes, far side blocked, and the kill for the Colts.
Big time defensive effort there to get things started.
Allie Black, the server for Meadowbrook. There's Clark. Now Pugh up the middle. Too much on that one.
Yeah, tried to use the back row attack, but a lot of it was out of necessity because, again, the breakdown in the serve receive started to get away from him here in the last 20 minutes. Got to clean that up in order to be able to go on the attack.
Vargas in the set. And Clark tried to dump it over, but sends it right into the net. 3-0 Meadowbrook. Vargas in the set here. Schultes near side blocked, but falls in front of the net. Another kill for Schultes.
They're having a great championship match here.
I feel like the Muskingum Valley League is going to have a hard time with Addy Schultes this season. Barnes far side off the block. Vargason the set. And Meadowbrook can't get it over the net. So that's just what Gallia Academy needed. You'll take it however you can get it.
Well, they just had to stop the bleeding there a little bit. I think the momentum off of the tough ending the set one probably carried over here a little bit.
And Meadowbrook able to answer right back. That'll send the libero Carroll Wander to the service line. 5-1 Meadowbrook. Clark, the set far side to Barnes. And it just gets in there for a Gallia Academy point. Aspen Barnes gets service back to her team. She'll do it herself.
You feel like Gallia Academy's going to have to get something at the service line to get going here a little bit. We've watched throughout the day. Earlier it was Pugh going with the big jump serve. She hasn't really used that same serve here in the championship match.
An unsuccessful attempt there by Meadowbrook. And
I thought Gallia Academy was saying no touch. They wanted 4. Meadowbrook was saying there was a touch, therefore it was out of bounds off of the block
and
for the 6 point.
That looks like the ruling we will go with. Clark the set far side to Pugh down the far sideline for a Gallia Academy point.
And that's been the theme. When they've been able to pass on target, they've had success going on their normal offensive attack. There's just been a few times where their serve receive has been able to break down on them a little bit. And that was the slight difference that made the 30-28 loss there in the first set.
Then it sets one up. Far side for Pugh. Vargason near side. Schultes on the attack. And once again, Addy Schultes just having herself a day.
Powerful swing, fearless in terms of the attack.
And the serve a little offline from Schultes gives a point back to Gallia Academy. I think you're right, Shayne. They're going to need to get something going, Gallia Academy, here at the service line if they want to get control back of this set. There's Mallory Petro, a line drive. Barnes a dig. Here's a set. Pugh, far sideline, gets it in that back corner. 7-5 Meadowbrook. Petro again to serve. Vargas in the set. Far side. Thompson attempting to block Pugh, but using that height just enough to alter the kill attempts by Piper Pugh.
Yeah, again, just the presence there, just enough to throw it off, just enough to cause the hitting error.
Lily Rose serving for Meadowbrook. Here's Pugh, far side, finds a spot in the middle for a Gallia point.
Yeah, nice adjustment. You've highlighted it a couple times today. Carson, just at her age, been real impressed. The talent's obvious. We knew that coming down, but I've been so impressed with just the way she handles herself and that just her feel for the game.
Pugh serves. Vargas in the set. Meadowbrook gets it to go on their side. Lila McManaway getting the kill off the block from Gallia Academy. 9-6, Vargason at the service line. There's Barnes, far side. Barnes answers right back. Like what I've seen today from Aspen. Barnes, just been relentless no matter what the score reads. Just always going at it play after play.
Yeah, it was so impressed with her from the first time we got a chance to watch her on stream last year.
Barnes with a two-handed kill there.
Got a chance to come down last year. Had an incredible Wheelersburg match down here.
5-setter, right?
Yeah, and she was just big time in that match.
Norman near side. Grayson Clark dumps it over with two hands. And Schulteis can't answer in the back line. Just like that, knotted back up at 9. Each to serve. Vargason the set. Far side. Vargason will try again. Here's Norman off the block. Meadowbrook back in front by 1. Norman the serve. Vargason the set. Schulteis near side. And Gallia Academy can't get there in time.
Yeah, Big Day continues swinging on the outside. Great effort there. Just couldn't keep it off the floor. Meadowbrook back up 2. I think Pugh's got some cramps over there on the side is what I'm seeing. They're working the leg a little bit.
Meanwhile, Aspen. Barnes with another kill on the far side. Barnes, as I said earlier, having herself a nice day on the outside. 11-10 Meadowbrook. Grayson Clark the serve. And Abby Clark takes advantage of the overpass, but they're going to say she got just enough of that net to give a point to Meadowbrook. 12-10.
Yeah, that's the tough thing there when you go with the swing. Her size, a lot of times I like to see her use the 2 hands and just dump it down into the opening.
Barnes far side. Nice dig from the ground by Launder. Schulteis comes up with an answer.
Great libero play there to keep the ball off the floor. Gives Schulteis yet another swing, and she delivers. They'll go back up 13-10.
Yeah, Carroll Launder on the ground on a knee. Just gets a hand on it, gives Schulteis a chance to make a play, which she does.
Yeah, she's been terrific. The consistency, no fear in her swing. She knows exactly where she wants to go with it, and she's really led the way offensively. But I've been so impressed with Meadowbrook defensively, both in the back row and their size, and they're opportunistic there at the net. They had come up with a couple huge blocks there at the end of that first set.
Again, Meadowbrook out of the Muskingum Valley League quickly. You know, for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, if you're from our viewing area, the Muskingum Valley League has a big school and a small school division. I know Meadowbrook plays in the small school division, and I don't remember exactly which schools are in each division, but that consists of the likes of Sheridan, New Lexington, Tri-Valley, John Glenn, West Muskingum, Maysville, who's had a pretty good run on the boys basketball floor here recently. Warsaw, Riverview, Coshocton. Plenty of good action over in the Muskingum Valley League. Morgan, another team. Well, Abby Clark comes up with a kill in the middle. Gallia Academy quickly back to within 1. Brooksville, another team. Philo.
Coshocton, Crooksville, John Glenn, Maysville. I was looking here, Morgan, New Lex, Philo, like you said, yeah.
Couple teams that aren't necessarily in our coverage area, but compete in the Southeast District.
Yes.
Meadowbrook, not one of those teams. They compete in the East District in tournament play. 14-12 Colts. Allie Black at the service line for Meadowbrook. And it'll be a service ace for Black. Extend the lead to 3. Allie Black with the serve. Gallia Academy with no response.
Meadowbrook serving has been a factor in this one. Again, when you're talking about two teams so evenly matched, the differences become a little bit more minute, and that's what you're seeing here. It hasn't been a total breakdown in the overall serve receive, but it's just been enough to be the difference to this point.
Back-to-back aces from Black, 16-12 in favor of Meadowbrook. Here's Pugh, far side, just a little too much heat on the attempt. Up to a 5-point lead now for the Colts.
A little bit of a danger time for Gallia Academy here. Meadowbrook with a great opportunity.
And they get a gift there as a service error from Meadowbrook gets the Blue Angels back to the service line. It'll be Chloe Bennett. 54 service aces a season ago. Vargason in the middle to Thompson. Bennett up. Here's Pugh, gets it over. Vargason the set in the middle for Schulteis. Schulteis with some heat.
Little breakdown in communication, I thought, on that last ball over. To have the experience of Bennett and Clark, you'd like to see Bennett call her off there. Let her take that first ball so that the setter can take the second one. As a result, they don't really get the best opportunity to attack. And as we've seen, when you give Meadowbrook the extra opportunity to go on offense, Schulteis and company are going to be up to the challenge.
You're running out of time. How do you get back into this one if you're Gallia Academy?
Well, you got to count on one of those that we've been saying, spurtability throughout the day. The first thing you got to do is get Meadowbrook off the service line, but I still think it's got to come from something on your own service line. I think you've got to get one of your kids back to the line where they can get hot and maybe deliver a couple aces, maybe get them out of system a little bit. But right here, first things first, you've got to get back in control on the serve, and it starts with a serve receive, and unfortunately didn't get one there.
Schulteis is, we've said it countless times. She's had a great day as an outside hitter, but she's done pretty well at the service line as well. She comes up with another service ace to put Meadowbrook ahead by 7.
Yeah, she's just been terrific. And I think the good news for Gallia Academy is, in talking to Coach Webb earlier, they are total, and they totally understand who they are and what they've got to be to get to the highest level they want. And I think she talked a lot about their ability to serve. And I think they're talking about a little bit of the serve receive situation. Because I don't know if you would agree with this. Do you feel like a little bit against Meadowbrook, in comparison to the other teams they've played, they haven't maybe served as aggressive?
I agree.
Yeah, and that's not to say, obviously, Meadowbrook's serve receive has a lot to do with the ball coming back, but I'm talking about the aggressiveness in which they've attacked in terms of maybe some of the jump serving, some of the attack on the serve, and so forth.
Meadowbrook 3 miles from the house, 22-13. Schulteis to serve again. Frazier on the receiving end. Now Clark Barnes with 2 hands. Nice save there from Meadowbrook. Thompson with the soft touch over. Nice save by the Blue Angels. Vargason, the set. Schulteis down the middle and denied by Lauren Eachis.
Right idea. They knew they wanted to go out of the back row. Set just was couldn't tell if it was a little bit late or a little bit low.
Vargason the set. Norman near side. Barnes the dig. Far side. Pugh. Good dig by the libero, Carroll Wander, but it's offline. Gallia Academy still showing some fight. 22-15 the score.
Yeah, another great set from Clark to the outside. Lets her hit her swing away.
Vargason the set. Thompson off the block. denied. Piper Pugh. One half of the duo on the block. Petro to serve again. Free ball from Wander. Set far side to Pugh. Good dig by Wander. Norman near side. Wide left.
Great play from Launder. They don't cash in. Oh, and we talked about getting a server a little bit hot, get on a little bit of a run. Starting to see one here, maybe.
Vargas in the set. Thompson soft touch over the middle. Bennett the set. Pugh opposite side. Gallia Academy right back in this one. It's down to 4.
Love the effort. You love the poise. No quit. Continue to stay with it. You know, Meadowbrook will do the same. Right now, you got Schulteis there in the back row. This is the time to make your run.
Norman off the block, dug up by Bennett. Now Pugh on the far side. Pugh fires it in there for another kill. Cuts the lead to 3. Timeout Meadowbrook.
Big time swing from the rookie, but that was a great second ball from Clark. She had to go a long way to get it, and then she pops it up right into the perfect spot to give her outside hitter a swing.
We talked about Gallia Academy preparing themselves to face some of the tougher teams on their schedule, and I think what stands out about this Gallia Academy team is the way that they've responded with their backs against the wall. Down 22-13. They're on a 6-0 run right now.
Well, I agree, and I think that comes from playing the competition all summer. You don't panic when other teams. When there's a good team across the net, they're going to have spurt ability as well. Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about Gallia Academy's ability to go on runs. Well, Meadowbrook's going to go on runs, and you can't panic when that happens. You have to try to respond as quickly as possible, stop the bleeding. So far, they've been able to get back in this a little bit, but at 22, you don't have a lot of room for error. You're going to have to continue to push.
Petro still at the service line for Gallia Academy. Here's Norman down the middle. Bennett the set. And a violation against Gallia Academy. 23-19 Meadowbrook. Colts just 2 points away. Clark the set. Pugh far side. Pugh drops it in the back.
So Pugh, the serve, that'll bring Aspen Barnes back to being the strong side hitter.
Pugh to serve. Vargason, the set. Norman near side off the block. Vargason, the set. Thompson going for it. Thompson with the kill. Match point for Meadowbrook. I'll send Vargason to the service line. Match and championship point for the Colts. There's Barnes, far side. Barnes not letting the Blue Angels go down quietly.
Well, not a bad place to go when the set's on the line. She delivers there and live to play another point.
Each to serve. Vargason sets it up. Thompson over. Pugh. There's Barnes again, far side. Norman again. Gallia Academy staying with it. Here's Barnes, far side, tooling the block for the kill. Got it back to within 2 with the game on the line.
Again, you continue to go to your go-to on the outside, starts with a good serve, and then your defense has got to win your offense an opportunity.
There's Norman off the block and lands in front of the Meadowbrook side of the net. And Gallia Academy now back to within 1.
Better yet, the defense just going to score the point for you.
Each is to serve. Schulteis, the dig. Vargas in the set. Norman blocked. Barnes with 2 hands. Barnes sends it out of bounds, and that's going to do it from the root. Meadowbrook, the queen of the Marshall Court. They take down Gallia Academy in 2 sets, 30-28, 25-23. And Meadowbrook is your champion of the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center.
Outstanding volleyball throughout the day. Such a pleasure for them to have us down here and allow us to do this. Those are 2 really good teams that are going to win a bunch of volleyball matches throughout the fall.
It's 20 5:23 to score in the final set. Meadowbrook ahead of Gallia Academy. They close out a 2-set win. A great matchup to close us out and some great volleyball. Looks like we're going to have a trophy presentation here real quick to Meadowbrook. We'll step aside when that happens. It won't be that much, but a nice little celebration for the winning team here. Got some confetti involved. Maybe some, are those fake rings that they're giving out?
I don't know what they're giving. Yeah, I was going to say they must get their individual prize.
There you go.
Which is right, and then they'll get the team trophy there. Real impressed with Meadowbrook in just terms of the speed they play the game with. Thought their defense was really, really good. I thought they served really well in spurts. And give Gallia Academy a lot of credit too. It looked like that second set was going to get away, and they come all the way back and get within one.
Gallia Academy falling to Meadowbrook in straight sets, but again, great game. Congratulations to Meadowbrook, and that closes the book on what's been an exciting day of volleyball here at the Root. Want to once again give a huge shout out to Robbie Pugh and Tyler Twyman for making this all possible, for even inviting us down here to stream these games and making sure we had everything we need to be able to make this stream possible. The Root has been an outstanding sponsor for us here at Southern Ohio Sports Authority, and we look forward to working with them countless times again in the future.
Yeah, no question. They're doing some incredible things down here for all sports and for a lot of people in Southern Ohio and that surrounding area. And I think a lot of our teams throughout the Southeast are going to grow from facilities like this and opportunities like this in terms of getting better.
And Shayne, with all the volleyball that we've seen today, obviously gets you excited for the regular season. And quickly, again, just tell me what you saw today that gets you excited to watch volleyball in our area, and what impressed you the most about today?
I think what impressed me for our area the most was how many different teams we have starting to play at such an elite level. For the longest time, we've always had a couple different teams here or there that can do some things. I think as we've expanded to the 7 divisions, teams have had a chance to be in more competitive, enrollment. I look out and I see teams at all divisions starting to shine in a nice way. You look at this Gallia Academy team in our coverage area and what they're able to do. We were getting good reports. I only got to watch them play a couple points today because we've been doing this. But Valley is a team that a lot of people have been talking about today. I think we would agree that they're primed for a lot of tournament success as we go through. And then we're hearing some of the depth of the Cider Valley Conference that was here today. I think it's the depth of teams that have the opportunity to start to make noise on a district championship level. I think that's how the sport continues to grow, and I look forward to covering it this year.
Yeah, and we look forward to bringing you all live coverage around Southern Ohio here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority. It'll be volleyball regular season before we know it. We'll have a lot of great action to cover, and even in fall sports, obviously. On our episode of Bad Company presented by the Driving Authority last week, we talked about our first couple of weeks of football streaming, what that's going to look like. A lot to look forward to here at SOSA. Also, again, our podcast, Overtime presented by Perfection One, Bad Company presented by the Driving Authority, Horsing Around presented by Rathcam Financial, the Chillicothe Paints podcast. Even in the weeks leading up to the regular season of fall sports, still a lot to cover here at SOSA.
You were telling me about the works of a really cool event that's going to be coming up where Gallia Academy is going to be involved in that.
Yeah, and we're hearing reports of Chillicothe hosting an outdoor volleyball event that'll feature Gallia Academy, Miami Trace, Unioto, and Chillicothe.
And again, that's not 100% confirmed, but that's what the goal was to make that happen. Is that correct?
The to be determined side of that is the weather, and if they get to the week leading up and they find out it's going to rain, they might move it inside.
Yep.
But I've heard from a couple people close to Chillicothe that that's going to be the plan. They're going to host it. If that is not the plan, if you're listening to this and you know that's not the game plan, please let us know. We love to know how to plan for that, because that's something we
Well,
love
the
to get
good
out
news
to
is you could play
go
those
cover.
matchups
And,
anywhere,
yeah,
and that would be
yeah,
great volleyball. You throw it in an
absolutely.
atmosphere like that, and sign me up. You know,
Yeah.
I'm like,
No question whatsoever. Well, one final time from the Root Sports and Fitness Center here in Gallipolis, the Meadowbrook Colts are champions of the 2026 Summer Volleyball Tournament Series. They knock off Gallia Academy in straight sets in the championship game. From Shayne Combs, I am Carson Francis. We thank you for tuning in to the Summer Volleyball Tournament Series here at the Root Sports and Fitness Center here on Southern Ohio Sports Authority. Enjoy the rest of your evening.